All right. Party people, welcome back. Today we get that bear that got away last time. We get the bear. We solidify our foothold in Blackrock. Basically Gucci up this old substation and make it a fantastic base. And then, because there are wolves to the west, I think we push north and maybe see if we can get over into the prison. Okay. But as far as the bear is concerned, we hit the bear here, a little bit southeast of the substation. It ran around a bunch, all around the substation, ran into the substation, then it ran away. The last time I saw it, it was right at this crossroads, or nearabouts. And basically, after that, I just could not figure out where the heck it went. I'm sure it has to be dead by now. It's been at least a day and a half, so it's certainly bled out from the arrow we hit it with. I have searched this entire, it's kind of a swampy, frozen swampy area here, with the barn and a couple other buildings. We've searched this entire northern area up here, and in this little nook here, there's a cave. We've searched in this upper plateau and hilly area, and we've searched down here as well. And also, we've looked down to see if it ran into the little river valley here, and it's nowhere there. Nowhere. What that means is, because this bridge over here in the west it's got like kind of a weird jump that you need to take to traverse it. It's very thin. I don't think the bear could, one, it couldn't get past us, and two, it couldn't cross even if it tried. I think the bear must have gone up this road and either turned towards the Blackrock prison facility or ran farther off to the east. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to head towards the Blackrock prison facility and see if we can find that damn bear, because we're getting pretty low on food stocks here. Got basically 2 kilograms of venison and not much else. Plenty of water, so that's not an issue. But I would very much enjoy having that 30 kilograms of bear meat. That would make things a lot easier. So let's see what we can find. All right. Mid-morning, weather should be fine. I mean, it's not the greatest, but we have enough of a sight line to see pretty far off. And what we're looking for, most of all, is going to be, I suppose, perhaps I should say, what we're hearing for most of all, is crows, circling crows, because hopefully there's a bear body. And hopefully the crows are circling and will let us find it a little bit easier. Okay, 31.5 kilograms out of 40, so we have plenty of carry weight in case we find anything good along the way. Oh, let's just follow the road, and then eventually there should be some kind of a junction on north-south Puerto Rico. Basically, the road goes straight, it turns to the left, and then we're going to eventually turn to the left again. And keep our eyes out, mostly. But I believe, at least until we get a decent amount up this road, for example, maybe somewhere under that power line over there, I'm pretty sure we've already looked for the bear, so it shouldn't be around here anywhere. It better not be. Because if it is, that means I've been blind for 3 or 4 walk-bys last time. Okay. But for now, what I'm actually going to do is muse about how there are no wolves in this area. I've been here before, at least a little bit during the campaign. And in the campaign, there's packs of timber wolves everywhere around here. But I haven't seen a single one, except for the pack that's across the bridge to the west. I'm kind of surprised because I would have thought that this entire area would just be lousy with them. But I'm not going to complain, because it makes searching for this bear carcass a heck of a lot easier. A heck of a lot easier and a heck of a lot faster, because we don't have to be jumping at every sound and loitering around defensible positions to see if there's anything ahead. Okay, so here's the curve. and then we're going to take the next left up here. Still keeping an ear out. Actually, where are we? So we probably hit this curb. Let's go to the junction, and we do have a few charcoals that we can pop on the way. I think visibility is good enough that it's, one, possible, and two, probably pretty worthwhile. Yeah, so let's go here and then down the road. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, I remember this switchback up here. Now, normally, in the campaign, there's at least a couple of wolves on this road. But I don't hear or see any. Which isn't to say that there won't be more near the prison. But so far, I have no reason to believe that we are in any danger. Which, of course, is the time when you are in the most danger, so let's just prepare just in case. Hehehe, I'm in danger. Yeah, and from the campaign, these little tower things should have a couple of boxes under them. We might have to hit those on the way back. Because we have one pretty degraded knife. I think we picked up at least one improvised knife. Did I hear a call? Okay. So let's check this, whatever dead thing is under here along the way. Make sure there are no wolves. Because in the campaign, again, there are usually wolves loitering in this field here. Okay. What have we got? Little dude. Oh my God. Praise Jesus. The baby Jesus has smiled upon us. I suppose it could be in a slightly more convenient location, because I don't want to have to go down the mountaineering road. But, yeah, there's our butt shot. There's the butt shot. Sorry, bear. Okay, I think let's start harvesting. We can probably harvest a little bit under 20 kilograms of stuff. What's that noise? Is that just music? It must just be music. Okay. So let's do 15 kilograms of meat, and then all the other stuff. Okay. My guess, and this is a hypothesis, every hour of butchery, of harvesting, does 1% of condition for the hunting knife. So this is 2.5 hours, so we should end up with something like 20 or 21% on the hunting knife when this is all said and done. There may be a little bit of randomness to it, I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah, about 21.
Might
okay.
Have to drop some gear.
Well, now that we're nice and high, before this blizzard comes in, let's pop a charcoal. I really want to get... But I don't dare. I don't dare wait. Okay, and that is just about as good as I could hope for a charcoal in this area. Okay, so let's head back. And for starters, let's eat, drink, and be merry. Because I'm quite merry right now, finding this bear carcass. Must have searched for it at least an hour yesterday. Like an hour in real time. Celebration hydration. Okay. We can actually probably do 3 more kilograms of meat. My supposition is that it's at 10 kilograms overweight that you really start slowing down. Move speed-wise. Okay, so this is acceptable. Acceptable walk speed. What is with this music, though? This is... I don't know if this music is new or what. But it feels different and it's making me unsettled. Okay, well... At least I'm...
This gear is slowing me down.
At least I'm pretty safe. I'm feeling pretty safe about the wolf situation, or lack thereof. Thank goodness for those crows. I've had huntings before where crows didn't end up going over the body, and I might have lost a few of them. Might have lost a few of my quarries on that account, which is quite unfortunate. Okay, so we're walking down the road. Just do a little bit. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all. In fact, if I'm feeling particularly cheeky, can we cut to the right over here? I think we might be able to. Just save us a tiny little bit of walking. Okay. Yeah, this looks doable. Let's make sure it's not too steep and too long. Okay. That's not bad. Or is it? No, it's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay, now we just follow the road to the substation. We can dump all of this meat out by the cook pit out back. Yeah, this substation is going to be nice. Bright interior even during the night, so it's good for navigation to find the bed and the storage lockers. It's got a unwind blow-outable cooking pit out the back, although it only does have 2 burn piles. Not burn piles. It only has 2 cooking slots. And there's an outside workbench. I prefer outside workbenches because usually the lighting situation is more forgiving outside at night compared to inside at night. So sometimes, if there's stars, for example, you can use an outside workbench through till, say, midnight. Whereas, if you're using an inside workbench, you'd have to stop whenever the sun goes down. I think I'm just either hearing deer noises, for example, a deer noise over there, or random ambient background dropping noises, like rocks falling. All right. We got our little deer friends here. And you know, I probably was making this all just much more difficult than it has to be by my proclivity to just not hunt deer. That kind of one way or another arose. But at this point we have the bear, so we have the bear. Let's transport the bear to the substation. Cook some of it. Actually, cook all of it? I'm not sure. Let's see how much food we have. Probably have to cook all of it. And then we do need to go back south to the Forester's Hermitage, because there's a whole bunch of equipment and stuff over there. Not equipment, materials. Materials like deer skins, wolf skins, saplings. I think we have something like 10 arrowheads in our possession, which means we can use all the birch saplings we have to make many more arrows, which are always nice to have, unless you're over encumbered, in which case they're still nice to have, because if you've got that many, you can drop them and not worry too much. But we started this whole journey to the north with something like 15 arrows. And between all of the using arrows, etc., and finding arrows, we're only down to 12. 12 usable arrows total right now, which is quite a good attrition rate, although we'd be probably something more like 5 or so arrows if we hadn't been finding some along the way. But we have been finding some along the way. Okay, here's our cooking pit. We can drop our meat outside so it doesn't go bad very quickly. And at any rate, when we cook it, we should get about another 50% condition. So it should be fine. Okay, so here's our hides, and we can drop bear things like this. And drop. Okay, so 30... Yeah, we can we can almost certainly make it back without, what's the word I'm looking for? Without starving. But let's not tarry and loiter. Because this weather feels like it's just one step off of a blizzard. And luckily, this entire region that we're passing through is not so wide that I'm actually worried about getting lost in a blizzard. Because at least in these roaded areas, you're never so far away from something you can use as a landmark to figure out where you are and where you're going. Actually, I guess the only downside is... There's what? We harvested 11 or 12 kilograms of the meat, I think? No, it has to have been more than that. We started out with... We must have harvested at least 15 kilograms of meat, which means there's probably only about 13 kilograms left. And I think it's like 4 minutes per kilo, so yeah, we've probably got about an hour of harvesting left, something like that. Somewhere between 40 minutes and an hour, and if I was to guess. And I think, even if there's a blizzard, it might not be the end of the world if we get stuck out for that long. Just because we have rather nice clothing. Yeah, the one thing I'm regretting is leaving that bearskin bedroll at the farmhouse in Pleasant Valley. Because that would be nice to have in case we need to do any outdoor camping in the northeastern part of this map. That's basically just one big hill going to the mine up there. But that's a problem for later. Okay, here's our shortcut. Assuming it's walkable up. It's definitely walkable down. And I think it should be walkable up, but you never know if there's a weird little bit of geometry to stop you. Okay, looks fine. Alright, still no wolves. Yeah, I have no idea where the wolves are on this map. Well, where the wolves are in the middle of this map, I should say, or even if there are any. In the campaign, I remember that there are some up by the lake. The lake's underneath the prison. That's like the main location. Then there's another one or two in the clearing that's about 200 meters up the road that we're walking down. There's usually a pack of wolves in that moorish area south of us that we passed along to get here. And then probably another pack near the substation. Yeah, there's, I think, usually another pack a little bit north of the substation. But here, it's very peaceful. Of course, those are famous last words, so maybe I'll regret saying them. We'll see. Yeah, is that a deer noise? I could have sworn I just heard something. Well, until we see something, I think we're okay. Alright, let's finish up here. Yeah, about 10 kilos of meat. And, yeah, just over 40 minutes. So the estimate was alright. I wonder, how close are we going to be to over encumbered? Let's see, we are 1 kilo over. You know what? I might just drop this water. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop this water and head down the rope. Oh yeah. This is smart. Oh, so clever. So smart, so clever. Not the fastest climb down I've ever experienced, but we're certainly good enough because we're going down, not up. Okay. Well, that worked out pretty well, actually. Definitely wouldn't want to go up and down this way to harvest the bear, because going up is what's going to kill you fatigue-wise. Going down, we only lost something like 10%, 15% of the bar maybe, which is still kind of rough. But I'm certain going up we would have lost at least a third, maybe even a half. Probably closer to a third though, because there are some extremely, extremely tall mountaineering ropes. Like for example, the one that goes over the ravine in Keeper's Pass North, which is just to the south of us. I know, a very, very straightforward saying. But we're here. Keeper's Pass North is to the south. And can we find that? Yeah, here. There's a hella deep ravine here. And over here somewhere there's a mountaineering rope. Maybe we'll check that out later. But I will say that mountaineering rope looked way, way too tall to climb up. At least to climb up in one go. Alright. I may or may not have gotten lost and forgotten exactly how to get down to the substation. But we're still saving time compared to walking around on the road. Okay. Yeah, in the campaign there's definitely a Timberwolf pack somewhere in these little foothills, just north of the substation. Oh shit. Wouldn't you know it? Alright, can we get a free shot in? Yes, okay, and we broke them. Jesus. Now, that ended up pretty well. The only downside being that I used the wrong bow. But whew. There's some adrenaline. Let's get out of here right quick. Okay, hop down, hop, hop, hop. And hopefully they won't actually breach the station. Oof. Well, speak of the devil and he appears, isn't that how it goes? I saw some kind of a gray shape emerging from that hillside, and I thought, there's not a rock there. And then I thought, a rock can't be moving like that. And then I realized it was a freaking wolf. Okay, so, meat-wise, it's not in the greatest condition, but things should get a little bit better after we cook things. And what we can do is probably use, well, we've got a whole bunch of sticks. So let's start with some of these sticks. Oh, and it's sunny, my goodness. That means we can start this fire with the magnifying lens. Amazing. It almost makes it worth getting jumped on by that wolf pack. Almost. Okay, so now we're just cooking. An hour per meat. Okay, an hour per kilo. 28 kilos. We're going to be cooking for 14 hours. We're basically going to be cooking throughout the entire night. Okay, well, on the plus side, that means we're going to be putting a lot of... We're getting a lot of charcoal out of this. On the downside, I'm kind of feeling like we're low on cooking. Well, we're low on firewood, so let's go out and see if we can get some fir limbs or something. Because we can cut a limb apart, get some firewood. That should only take 45 minutes. So if we can find one quick enough, we will be able to get back. Yeah, maybe over there. We'll be able to get back before that meat burns. Be a little bit careful on these cliffs here. And hopefully, if we're quick enough, we also will be able to get back before that pack gets its morale back. Alternatively, we did hit one of those werewolves. That's not a werewolf. We did hit one of those timber wolves. So maybe eventually we want to go and find that guy. So So let's see. So there were 3 timber wolves that I saw in the pack. We hit 1, so there should be 2 left. Okay, 2 is a manageable pack size, I suppose. As long as we don't get... Okay, safe. Yeah. As long as we don't suddenly have a timber wolf between us and the gate here. You see, no trespassing and AWOO is illegal. Okay. Yeah, you guys are cooked. And let's just continue. Well, I have to have some meat to cook it. Okay, so place meat. And place more meat. Okay, 1,125 calories per kilo. A deer is 1,000 and a wolf is something like 875. So bear meat is actually pretty good, all things considered. Yeah, we're just going to be cooking for hours and hours. Even this 10-hour fire might not be enough to do it all. In fact, it's probably... Well, let me back up. Let me amend that, because I've noticed recently that the cooking times actually less than they say. So, for example, this is 50 minutes, and we have 9 hours and 56 minutes on the fire. I hear you. I hear you, punk. Who was that? Who was that? Okay, never mind. So, 46 minutes, 53 minutes. Speed this up, and we should have something like 7 or 8 minutes here. But it's 13.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
So we are gaining a little bit of cooking time every time compared to my 14-hour estimate. Okay, we don't want to add fuel, we want to place moldy bear meat. Okay, so 55 minutes and 54.8. Speed this up. And instead of having about 12 or 14 minutes, 8 hours and 12 or 14, we have 8 hours and 20. So it looks like we're getting about 10 minutes per meat.
Something's gotta go.
And if we have 28 kilos of meat, well, I guess we can go by... what's the word I'm looking for? We can go by batches. We have 14 batches, that's 140 minutes. So instead of taking 14 hours, it'll probably take something like 12 to cook all these. Okay. Well, we're probably going to have a pretty weird sleep schedule. It's going to be something like cooking until dawn or nearly about. Then we're going to sleep for 12 hours and wake up at dusk. Okay, let's start speeding this up.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Oh, you're going to faint. You're going to have a case of the vapors. You'll swoon because of all this delicious bear barbecue. Or should I say barbecue? Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It's sounding windy, but it doesn't look windy. Okay. Just keep it moving.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
And I believe, even if we are trying to get stalked on by some of these wolves, we've got this fire, so it ought to keep them away. Which is why I'm not particularly concerned. Feel very safe here. Guess we didn't really need to eat that. But it's not the worst thing in the world because it was going to get eaten eventually. 6 hours still. Yeah, and now we're taking chip damage from...
Think straight.
Well, you don't need to think straight when you're cooking meat. Now we're just going to be taking chip damage from being out of fatigue. Which is fine, because we'll probably get everything back when we sleep. And what, you can stay awake for something like 72 hours, or is it a week before you actually keel over dead? I don't remember, but it's a larger number than you would maybe expect. Alright, unfortunately our meats have become desynchronized. That is just normal creaking that I hear. 1, 2, 3. We have 5 batches left. So something like 4 hours. Probably going to need a little bit more stickage. And even if this ends up being overkill, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world on account of just making more charcoal. Oops, not add fuel. Place meat. There we go. Alright, it's a mindless task. And yet, I'm so bad at it. Okay, usually it takes longer to cook a full bear. 2 hours still. See how many meats we have left. Only 2 meats left, I think. I think we're okay. And here's Dawn, of course. Yeah, 57 minutes, 2 hours, okay. So let's finish cooking you. Sounds blustery. And in the meantime, we can do a little bit of water. Actually, probably going to end up getting a decent amount of water out of this.
Like I made it through another night.
And water. And water. Okay. I'm pretty sure we have a bunch of water already, but just from a quick head count of the number of water bottles that were on the floor in there, I kind of feel like there weren't as many as I thought there would be. Okay, probably have, I think it's something like 20 minutes or so per half liter. I have at least 2 or 3 batches left. Okay, let's see, so it's supposed to take 26 minutes. I forgot to count that, but it actually takes about 15. Okay, well, that's all right. We can limp over here, store the food outside so it doesn't go bad quickly, which this is another reason that I like this building so much. It's got this big storage box out here and another smaller metal container up by the radio dish, the radar tower. Okay. Start by putting most of this meat in and take some of this guy. And yeah, water-wise, probably a good idea to make this much. Probably. Okay, so that'll burn down while we are sleeping. Let's make sure we don't starve. And then we can put the water back. And then let's head towards the Blackrock prison. Well, actually, let's try to figure out what to do until tomorrow. Because we're going to wake up in the middle of the night. Okay. Proper sleep. A proper gentleman's 12-hour sleep. And we wake. Okay. Slurp. Chomp. Actually, you know what we might do? We might head south. I keep forgetting that we need to still go back and pick up that stuff from the... what's-its-face? Yeah, look at how bright this place is inside during the night. It's so nice to navigate. Okay, only if the weather is nice, because I actually do not relish the idea, and this is not nice enough. I don't relish the idea of crossing that rope bridge while it's dark. Especially this dark. Okay, we have Harvest You. And let's see, are we carrying any scrap metal? No. I was going to try to make something to see if it was too dark or not. But we don't have anything to make, so we can't test. Alright. We have hides curing, guts curing, maybe a couple of saps curing. And it's almost midnight. How is our clothing doing? Okay. The hat's not great. The gauntlets... Ah, yes, we can harvest the... Yes, harvest the driving gloves to repair the gauntlets. And normally, I don't think we could repair the gauntlets inside, because it's dark. But I wonder if we can do it outside. Because sometimes it treats outside as being brighter than inside, even though it is still hella dark. Let's find out. Wow. Wouldn't you know it? The more you know. Okay, we can probably do a repair on you. It's kind of a shame to only get about 28% condition out of it. But I don't have a huge number of uses for cloth anymore. It's really just to make bandages and repair things like underwear. Okay. Inside, I believe we have in our locker, I believe we have a few things that we can break down for cloth. Yeah. Let's break these guys down. And harvest. Quick harvest. And a harvest. And then the thin wool sweater. Okay. What does it take to repair you? It takes simple tools and 2 scrap metals. I don't think we have tools here. I'm pretty sure we don't, actually. Yeah, we don't. Okay, that's fine. Knives were fine. Hatchets were definitely fine. Yeah, pretty soon we're going to want to swap out this low-quality knife that we've been using forever with probably the hunting knife that we found recently. But we're not quite there yet. Okay. It is midnight. Let's wait for 3 hours and then sleep for as long as we can. And that should probably put us close enough to morning that we'll be happy. Probably sleep for 3, maybe 4 if we can sneak it in. But as long as it starts getting bright by the time we hit that rope bridge, as long as that happens, we should be safe to cross, I hope. Okay, delicious. And how are we on weight? Actually, okay, that is terrible visibility. Terrible, terrible morning fog. Hate to see it. Okay, let's ditch as much stuff as we can in this locker that we're not going to need to make carrying things back a little bit more straightforward. Was there a trunk? I think there was a trunk somewhere. Let's keep the pry bar. So what can we drop? Actually, not much at this point. Drop all the tinder plugs, but drop those outside. Guess we can drop some wood matches. Because now that it seems that the timber wolves are around, kind of afraid to just not have a charcoal or some sticks to start a fire with. Okay, we have 12 free, well, 11 and change free kilos of carry weight. Can we drop anything else? We probably can, but surely there's not so many things that I need to pick up over in the Forester's Hermitage. Okay. I would actually like a little bit more water. Any extra that we have when we're there, we can drop. Because there is a little bit of a way station at the Hermitage. Okay. I don't know where those wolves end up, so let's just be a little bit prepared. And I want to go and follow this wall, because eventually it will turn right, head down into the valley, and then we can go up to the exit. Okay, and this is just a... yeah, cul-de-saps. I was going to say it's a cul-de-sac, but look at all these saps here. Ooh, birch saps. Love a good birch sap. And we're going to need them with all these arrowheads. 3, 4, and a 5. Now, I think there are a ton of saplings that we're going to find at the Hermitage. But we're still... I guess that was kind of heavy, wasn't it? Only 1 kilogram. Not bad. Okay, this sounds like a deer noise. Yeah, that's a deer noise, which means we should be safe from timber wolves. Crows? These guys must just be flying crows. Okay, is this... yeah, this looks like it. This is our spot, I think. It looks familiar. Yes. Okay. So we head this way, head up, go through the tunnel, cross the bridge, around a few things, down some climby walls, some root walls, vine trelli, if you will. And then we'll be at the Hermitage. Okay, so it is cold. It's not very cold, at least not compared to my clothing. I think that it's going to warm up before we freeze. So we should just be okay to just walk with impunity. Okay. So I do remember there being a body somewhere in this... oh, rabbits. Yeah. So whatever crows are over there, I think I've looked at this body before. There shouldn't be anything over there. Oh man, look at this move speed. It's so nice. Okay. Looked in you. And nothing. where are we going? So we're going... Actually, let's follow the road. I want to get that... It might be too foggy, actually. Because I want to get that climbing rope that's down this road marked on the map. But it's certainly too foggy. Maybe we'll look at it on the way back. So for now, let's just head over the abyss. Okay. Good. I'm also very confident that there are no wolves in this area. Oh, Jesus, every time. Okay, let's get the right bow, please. The quickness. You know, why do I keep running my mouth? Why in the hell do I keep running my mouth? Let's just fight. Come on, punk. Gotcha. I swear to God, I'm cursed. Okay, here's the strat. We harvest this guy here, and maybe the fog burns off. Okay, and it has burned off. So let's go and drop this pelt and meat by the road. Let's survey the road. Why do I feel like I'm down an arrow? Did we break one? I don't see a broken arrow. Why do I feel like I'm missing an arrow? Okay, if we drop it here, surely we won't miss it on the way back. So we drop the meat. And we drop the... I guess we can also drop the saps, huh? Okay. So let's just see how far we can go on the road here. Yeah, there's that rickety-ass wood bridge. Okay, so it does look like there's a way around here. Yes. And there is our climbing rope. But look at how far down this thing goes. What could possibly be the point of going down here? I honestly can't even imagine. It's like, look at how deep that goes. Let's just take a look. Okay, so it looks like there are a bunch of ledges you can probably rest on and maybe even sleep on. But I don't know if that makes it much better. Okay, well, at any rate, I probably should have left the bedroll back at the substation. But at any rate, let's keep moving. Okay. Now, when I was walking over this bridge to come this way, it felt a little bit janky, so I am kind of concerned. I feel like it shouldn't be possible to fall off of it. Well, I'm sure it's possible to fall off of it. I feel like it shouldn't be possible to fall in between the slats. But I don't know if I trust these game developers to make that not the case with some of the trolling they do with the vine trellis over the ravine. Not the vine trellis, the train trellis. Maybe trellis isn't the right word there. But the bridge that's partially out and has train tracks that you can fall through the middle of. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Just to be sure. Surely. Well, first, surely there's not an arrow that I forgot to pick up. No, I think I got it. Surely there isn't another wolf. I don't think so, because I think it would have hunted us when we were... Yeah, it would have hunted us when we were harvesting that guy. Alright. Yeah, like that. I don't want to fall through that, or anything like it. Oof. Oh gosh, oof. Yeah, don't look down. Oof. Yeah, a little bit of geometry stuttering. This thing is swaying back and forth underneath me. And every time. Yeah, okay, hold on. So let's see. What could possibly be the purpose of going down that mountaineering rope? I guess we'll find out eventually. It's not like we don't have the bear meat to loiter here forever. Just be a little bit more careful going forward, huh? Now that it seems like the wolves have appeared here. Here and in Blackrock. On the plus side, I don't think falling should be too much of a concern. You know, I wonder, is it possible that maybe going way up north is perhaps a way to Ash Canyon or Timberwolf Mountain? That would make that climbing rope have a little bit of a purpose that I could understand. I guess we'll find out when we go down. Which is not going to be this time. Maybe later. But not this time. Okay, this is a wide open area that could fit a wolf. But does it fit a wolf? Okay, looking safe. Looking good. Yeah, thinking back, I cannot believe I completely jinxed myself about wolves twice in a row. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so we're going here. Yeah, it's just a left down our little climby bits. And then we are at our way station. That's W-A-Y, not W-E-I-G-H. Because we are not a semi-truck tractor trailer. We don't have to worry about our load capacity. Well, we do need to worry about our load capacity, but we don't need to worry about being over the tonnage approved for the roads that we walk on. Because we're not your mom. Badum-tish. Okay. Here's our yellow paint, which is secretly a red rosehip bush. And we climb. You know, I don't know why I look down, because I just learned that the activation thing is like, it's super high. You wouldn't think so. It's like an entire plane right here. Roof. Okay. So there's a dead body in there. But it's not a harvestable one, so I don't really care for it. Already looted it anyway. Okay, oh, hello. I didn't know you were here. What's our spray paint situation? This one is... I guess we can take an extra. I don't remember having any extras in the substation. Okay. So let's leave the wood, leave about this much water. Food-wise. Okay, we got saps. It's nice. So food-wise, we got... Okay. Meat and a little bit of food here. Stove. Our dude. What has he got on his phone? Okay, just a ruined t-shirt. Actually, that wasn't very heavy at all. Okay, let's put a mark here. You see, I can do graffiti too, but mine isn't as cool. I wonder. Oh man. I think I just learned something or discovered something that can make me an absolute menace. We'll learn about that later. For now, let's head back. We can toss all of these pelts and saps inside the substation to start curing, and by the time they cure, I suspect we'll have most of the walk to Blackrock prison surveyed. I also suspect we'll have... Oh, you know what? I know where that missing arrow is. I stuck it in that timber wolf that we need to find. Okay. Good to remember. But by the time we get up there, we're probably going to have shot a few more wolves. So we will need to make new arrows. Okay. Alright, flying crows. Not my problem. Not a problem indeed. Actually, in the meantime, let me check a few things. Okay, that's there. This is fine. Uh-huh. That's fine. Okay, this is going nice. Exit you. Check you. Okay, and that's going too. All right, so just make sure that this one's working, and we'll get right back to it. Question mark? Okay, that's fine. All right. Sacre bleu. We head back. And it's even warm enough to warm up. Not quickly, but it's noon, so it's only going to keep getting warmer. As long as the blizzard doesn't roll in. But we have sunny weather, so surely it won't. Okay. Yeah, that is... Okay, we have one ledge. Okay, there's actually only one ledge, and it doesn't go down as far as I thought. Perhaps there's a hill that you can walk down, or maybe there's a second climbing rope. Oof, actually, it would be terrible if it needed a second climbing rope to get actually down. Because I don't think I have an extra one right now. Well, maybe we'll find something in Blackrock. Actually, we already know where there's one climbing rope in Blackrock, and it's a shortcut that I don't particularly care for. So, on the way back from the prison, maybe I'll actually take that mountaineering rope. Well, I guess again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Jeez. If you have vertigo, it's not the game for you. Woof. I don't like how much this thing sways. Alright. We're across it. Okay, so let's... Order of business. Let's not forget to find that timber wolf. The one that we stuck with an arrow. It probably ran off somewhere to the northwest. That would be my guess. I don't know exactly where it would have bled out. I'm hoping it didn't go so far northwest. Or if it did, I'm hoping it lived long enough to turn back around and get a little bit closer. Get a little bit closer to the substation that we have our base in. Okay, food. We can eat and we can drink. And now we're only barely overweight. So we're pretty fast, all things considered. And assuming that we don't run into that werewolf pack, it should be a pretty uneventful trip back to the substation. Of course, you know what happens when you assume. And my suspicion, I do have a suspicion that that werewolf pack, I keep saying werewolf, that timberwolf pack that we ran into north of the substation probably has its stomping grounds up in those northern hills. You know what? They appeared right after we finished harvesting the bear. Maybe the bear was keeping them away. So maybe we should let the bear come back. That's fine. And did we go all the way over there? I think we did. I'm pretty sure there's a dead end because I know that there's a way down into this ravine somewhere up north here. But I also don't think they connect, so I think there is a dead end somewhere if we go that way. Which means it's probably not worth our time unless we get extremely desperate and need to find the marshmallow stalks. Those delicious stalks. Okay, we're walking. Very nice. And here's something of a blind corner, but there should just be deer here. Yeah, that looked like a deer. And it was a deer. So we're pretty good. As long as these guys are here, we're safe in the vicinity. And actually, we've got time and we've got carry weight. So let's get some of these burnables, combustibles, because we're kind of low, I think, combustible-wise, at least compared to what I prefer, at the substation. Yeah, that's a deer noise. I'd like to just have an absolutely obscene amount of firewood available. Okay, yeah, more deer noises. But they always make me a little bit concerned.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, and I think maybe just this... Well, we can always pick up a stick for free. I think maybe just this cedar limb. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. We had 2 cedar limbs, that's 9 hours of burn time. Probably got something like 15 sticks, which is 2.5 hours of burn time. 2 hours, 40 minutes. Is that... Oops. Yeah, that just looks like a branch over there. Okay, and as always, make sure we're using the low condition bow so we can finally get it out of our inventory. Okay. Nothing in the cul-de-sac that we care for. We do have 3 scent marks, and there's not a lot of wind. So if the wolves are nearby, they'll be coming. We can't really delay. Okay, I think a wolf is hunting a rabbit over there. Yep, I heard them bark. Actually, can we third-party this? I think there were 2 wolves left. Oh shit. They aggroed on me and not the rabbit. Okay, well, that looks like 2 wolves. Let's see if we can pop one of them and keep the morale of the remaining guy broken. Alright, come on, Pud. Come on. Come on. I know you're having a little bit of trouble with the pathing. Come on. Okay, that'll do. That, I was hoping for there to be fewer wolves. Okay, so that finally broke. You're gonna bleed out. Okay, I think this is actually good. This is really good. So we'll harvest you, and while we do, hopefully your friend will bleed out. And then we can find the second friend.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Because it is a lot of gear. Okay, so now we're looking for 2 wolves. 2 bled out wolves. Well, if this is a blizzard, we might have to look for them tomorrow. But for now, let's drop all of our curables. And this batch, I suppose, can get dropped up here, because it's going to take longer to cure than the things that we have dropped previously. Ooh, 7 bee saps. Love to see it. Okay, so that's that. And wouldn't you know, the weather just got fantastic. We can drop our firewood. Drop all and drop most. Okay. And now let's look for those wolves. Because we've got 2 arrows floating around that are not accounted for. Let's check the rabbit location first. It sounded like one of them might have ended up over there.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
We're looking closely for a gray blob. An immobile gray blob. I think the rabbits were over here to the right. Let's check here first. I probably should have dropped all this meat over here. And we're not too far over encumbered, but it's going to get worse as we lose fatigue. Just need to be a little bit quick. Okay, we got... Here's a rabbit. You got eaten. Partially, anyway. And I'm thinking perhaps one of the wolves ran up this way. To the bottom of that mountaineering rope. So let's check up there. I guess there's also a few hills. And that would be the second wolf that we hunted. Actually, 3 scent marks were luring them whatever's left over. Nothing so far. There's one. Okay, I'm suspecting that this is the second wolf that we shot in this pack.
Too much stuff to carry.
No, we shot 2 in this pack. 3. There were 4, we shot 1, and then there were 3, and then we shot 2. So we're actually looking for quite a bit more. But this will do for a start. Okay. Is somebody sleeping up here? What noise was that? Okay. You were eating a deer. It sounds, based on that flight, that he's the last guy in his pack. At least I'm going to choose to believe that. 1 arrow's back. Okay. Harvest all this. Maybe see how much is left in the deer, and then we'll head back to the substation. We still have 2 wolves unaccounted for. Let's see. Okay, it sounds like they're just hunting all the deer over there. Yeah, this is... Okay, I think we just have to go and third party this guy. Because he's ruining all my deer friends. Even if that sets a timer for the wolves to respawn. Okay, this is... We might break an ankle going down there. Because we're walking kind of slow. Alright, where are you, buddy? Yeah, got both of our deer friends, it sounds like. But hopefully he can't eat all of them. Do I think I can nail that shot? Might as well try. Kobe! Okay, that's a hit, but it looks like a forearm hit. So he's going to be running around till he bleeds out. Alright, back to 2 wolves unaccounted for. Okay, here's the plan. We head back to the substation, drop as much as we can, sleep until, I guess, it's not going to be quite midnight. It'll be something like 3 a.m. And then we can harvest both of these deer, bring their meat back. And by then it should be something like dawn. We can look for those 2 wolves that are unaccounted for. Yeah, because there's definitely 2 arrows that need to be spoken for. Man, you know, I thought that... I thought our food problems would be done once we got that bear. But it turns out there was a hell of a lot more. Oof. Yeah, this is definitely kind of a painful walking speed. Not that much farther to go. Okay, we need to remember, drop all of the raw meat outside by the campfire, or by the cooking barrel. Okay, so I need to keep saying it so I don't forget. We're looking for 2 wolves. We've got those 2 deer to harvest. So like 20 kilos of deer meat. And probably around 10 of wolf. We'll never starve. It's a good thing we picked up... is this blood splatter? But from who? But from who? I guess let's go around to the marsh area to look for that timber wolf tomorrow. Alright, first order of business. Drop firewood. Second order of business. Drop all this uncooked meat and the rabbit. 18 kilos, or thereabouts. Third order of business. Drop the curables in the pile. Fourth order of business. Eat some food so we don't starve. Fifth order of business. Sleep. Right, 2 kilos ought to do us until pretty well into the morning. And let's drink so we don't dehydrate in our sleep. Speaking of... Okay. And probably get 10 or 11. That's an aurora. Ooh, can we wake up during it? I guess not. Kind of wanted to check... Is there a computer here? Yeah, there is a computer. I don't know if it has a buffer memory. I want to know if it does, and I want to check. Because if we're here already, might as well see if we can get the collectible. Okay, deer first. Let's go up into the hill, get the high deer. I just heard a snuffle. What was that? Must have been background noise. Okay. So we'll head up into this hill. Yeah. And get the far deer first. And then we'll go and get the deer that is near the road. Okay. As long as he hasn't got reinforcements, well, actually, not even. That wolf that we shot that was eating the deer, that should be the last of his pack. So we should be safe until they come back. Hopefully at least a few days. Don't actually know. Let's listen carefully just in case. Okay, nothing. Which means I just need to remember where that deer is. I guess it's right over here, isn't it? Is this it, or is this just a rock question mark, or was it around the rock? There it is. Okay. So deer number 1. All right, let's go. Almost done with this hunting knife. Almost. And it's getting cold. Okay, that's not the best.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
But I don't think it is so dire. We probably are going to be pushing it on carry weight once we harvest the second deer. Alright. You know, it says about dawn, but doesn't look it. Alright, how much meat have you got? 11 kilos. That's more than I was expecting, actually. Is that a deer noise? Okay, well, let's go fast. I think... Let's start with the meat. Let's get all this meat. And see how that does us for hypothermia. Okay, here comes dawn.
I'm gonna have to leave something.
Alright, how are we doing? Okay, only a little bit of hypothermia. So I think we can afford 35 more minutes. Yeah, especially now that the wind has died down.
Looks
Okay.
like I survived another night.
And how are we? Yeah, only halfway. And it's sunny, which is great. What do we have? We've probably about 20 kilos of deer meat, 10 or so kilos of wolf meat. Ooh, that's another 15 hours of cooking. Let's drop the deer meat,
So cold.
sleep inside for maybe an hour, and the next time we find a sunny day, we can do all the cooking. I would like to cook now, but I would like even more to find those 2 wolves before they either despawn or rot away. Because each one is going to have an arrow in them. And they'll be easier to find if they're full wolves as opposed to if they are just an arrow laying on the ground, or maybe even the arrow despawns with them. That would be bad. It would be quite less than ideal. Delissa bear.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Let's not forget that we saw blood droplets traveling to the east from the substation. Okay, we don't have anything cooked. Okay, there we go. One of those crows has got to be our wolf. So let's start by dropping all this meat. Let's get a little bit of food. And let's sleep for 2 hours and hopefully get rid of this hypothermia risk. Yeah, about 2/3 of the way there. Let's see what 2 hours of sleep will do for us. Okay, pretty much gone. Now we do have low condition. Got to keep an eye on that. But we also just pretty much fought anything that... well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I'm hoping that we don't have any adversaries in this region. Anymore, anyway. Okay, weather is still pretty okay. Visibility's good. Alright, there's our wolf. Oh, hoppity hop hop. And the crows have gone away. Okay, here's Mr. Wolf. There's our arrow. And is that a person? Or could it be? Both of our Mr. Wolves are right here? Amazing. Could not get any better. Okay, so let's just completely harvest these guys. I could have sworn that one of these would have been a pre-placed person's... Oh! Okay, so that hunting knife was only at 15% when it got completely ruined. Alright, so let's see. Well, we have enough free axes that I think well, let's see if we can harvest this by hand first. We can't. Okay, well, I'm not too mad at using the hatchet, despite how long it's going to take. Alright, not the worst. And now we have these two outstanding questions solved. So hold on, let's think. There were four wolves in the pack. We shot one. Then we went away. Then we shot two more. And then we shot one more. And we found... How many have we found? We found one up in the hills. We found... Did we find another somewhere else? I guess let's check how many arrows we have. 12 arrows. I think that means all the wolves we shot are accounted for, even the one that ran away to the east just yesterday. The last one that we shot, I mean. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Let's head over into this little cubby hole and pop a charcoal to get the cave that's in here on the map. All right. As long as we get close enough. This actually reminds me, let's also remember to pick up the charcoal from the cooking barrel. Okay, and that is not sunny. It's good weather. A little bit foggy, but pretty good. But unfortunately not sunny. So let's just drop what we can, and get our charcoals and head north. We can start doing some surveying. Okay. Probably gonna need a little bit of food. Oof. Those things need to get cooked pretty quick. That must have been the first wolf that we shot. If the meat has degraded so much already. Okay, so that's fine. Don't forget the charcoal. Ooh, 22 charcoal, nice. Let's get a little bit of water. Yeah, so we don't have an infinite amount of water here quite yet. So that is something to keep in mind. All right, let's head out. Well, let's not forget to drop the curables, because those are giving us scent marks, and now that there are wolves in this area, I don't know if I just trust walking up the road all blasé again. Drop to drop. All right. And the rabbit. And we need to get a new hunting knife. Okay. Let's not forget things. So, hunting knife. Let's pick up the things we didn't intend to leave here long term. Maybe leave some matches. And rabbit-wise. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Where are you, rabbit? Well, I guess we dropped it outside. That's fine. That's fine. We don't need to harvest it quite yet. Let's move. Okay, I already saw that cave over there. And I hear crows. They must have been flying crows because I don't hear them anymore. Well, I guess they're all flying. They must have been traveling crows. All right, yeah, we want to just head over there. Trying to think. I think we still probably go around on the road, but let's take this high ground first so that we can look down into the lower area and make sure there hasn't been a wolf pack that's made its home in those buildings. Come on, certainly this is walkable. There we go. I wouldn't want to do it over encumbered. I'm not seeing anything yet, but that's just the bit of road. They'd probably be in the moor area, the swampy area to the left. To the left of the road, that is. And we should be able to see them from up here, if they're there at all. Okay. I don't see any movement. Okay, I think we're safe. Probably safe. Now we just need to get down here. Okay, yeah, this should do. This ought to do it. Okay, good. And cut in our shortcut. And be prepared. Because now there may be wolves. I'm trying to think if I'd rather prefer the bear to be around the substation or if I'd prefer the wolves to be there. I think maybe the bear, just because he doesn't hunt quite as aggressively. I mean, he'll mess you up if he gets close, but he's less likely to go out of his way to give you a bad day. Food. Okay. And actually, let's see if we can get up under these little power towers. Because there might be some good stuff. We are in the market for a safety knife. We have the improvised knife, but that one is not quite so powerful as the safety, or as the proper hunting knife. See if I can remember how to get there. I think it's just around up to the left here. And you just go around more. This is possible wolf location somewhere ahead. Just be a little bit careful. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there ended up being a wolf near that pickup truck. Okay, there's the water that we dropped. We can actually pick that up. I'd forgotten that this was here, but serendipitously, it is. Okay, we charcoaled here before, but have we got anything nice under this? Metal container with nothing in it. And yeah, that one over there, I'm not completely sure how to get to. Maybe there's a way around on the edge here. I'm pretty sure there should be a way. But that does not look like it. That definitely doesn't look like it. So let's just keep going. Do I remember? If we keep skewing to the left side here, there ought to eventually be a pass that goes to the lake underneath Blackrock that will let us get a good sight line before we actually have to commit to moving forward. Yeah, this is the pass. Oops. We can walk up it. It's very steep. Okay, now the question is, where do we want to pop this charcoal? Let's find somewhere nice and high. Those are just flying crows. Oh, this will be good. Okay. Is that a wolf noise or is that a rock noise? I think it was a rock noise. Charcoal here should be good. At least for starters. Oh yeah. Yeah, this was nice. Okay, let's go down and finish up sketching this western lake. Maybe it's more of a pond, what have you. Just be careful to not run up on a wolf here. As long as we don't get ganked danger close. And that looks like a sapling. Check that later. For now, can we go back up? I guess that was a one-way trip. Okay, I don't see any wolves here. Yeah, so this should be safe for now. Kind of want to check whatever's over there. But I think the best thing that could be there is a cave. Well, maybe we'll take a peek later. Let's grab this sap. And I wonder if that actually goes anywhere. Let's find out. Might be a dead end, might not. Oh, interesting. I wasn't expecting to get a survey through that wall there. Okay, it does go up somewhere. But where is it going to spit us out? I don't think there's an entrance to the prison proper here, is there? some kind of a cheeky little spot. Does it just go around? Oh, I wonder if this must be a climbing rope that leads to the electric dam. Get a little closer, pop this charcoal, and let's not go down this guy. But let's see where he goes. Okay, what have we got down here? That is... Okay, so all the way, let's not point with an arrow. Well, I suppose we can point with a fire-hardened arrow. So there's the dam substation, which has all those interior service corridors that lead to the interior of the prison. And this is that sort of labyrinthine way to head north that you go through the campaign. Okay. That looks... Oops. Don't want to get too close. Okay, it doesn't look... I've seen longer ropes, I think. But at the same time, I have no compelling reason to go down there right now. And I believe we probably got the best we could get from this survey area. But we've got a bunch of charcoals, might as well use one. Yeah, that was a tiny bit better, but only a smidge. Okay, let's head back and see if we can poke into the prison proper. Or at least get up there, up to the entrance and do another char. Because that should give us some altitude for a better survey. This is a cheeky little spot. I suppose, let's see. So to compare, if you had a base in the prison, to get over here you just have to go down the rope and kind of across that branch and to whatever's over here, versus having to go all the way down through maybe a couple of Timberwolf packs eventually, and then all the way up. So I think that's actually something of a worthy shortcut. Which is perhaps a way of saying, I think we're going to keep that mountaineering rope there, at least until we've completely exhausted the western portion of the map. But until then, it stays. It's still safe, despite the shifting ice noises that make me think that there's something eating a deer carcass nearby. Okay. Let's see, water-wise we're fine, food-wise probably okay for at least a while. We can poke inside the prison, see if we actually do need to do any charcoals. And then afterwards, we can get these ridges, these ridge lines, because those should have good sight lines to the southeast. Okay, still no wolves. Campaign definitely has wolves here. Alright, we'll pop one right here. Hopefully we'll get up to the edge of this pond, and I think we did, because that looks like a pretty hard edge. I don't care enough for the cattail plants to actually, hold on. That if that's walkable, that might be climbable. That's definitely traversable. That looks like a cheeky little spot. Definitely gonna have to check that out. Absolutely gonna have to check that out. But maybe tomorrow, because we're getting a little bit sleepy. Well, we can sleep in the prison most likely, actually. And we can also probably find some food there too. Okay, let's see what we find. in the campaign, I always liked having a little way station in this door here. Casings, we don't need any of that stuff right now. Peanut butter, we can take that. Dog food, let's leave that for now. It's a good little spot because it counts as interior. You can fit a bedroll here. It's got a decent amount of interior storage. Like, what have we got? We've got this here. I think in the campaign there might have been one other plastic container or something. And then there's also, well, in the campaign, there is a fire bin here for extra. Oh, hello. Where do you come from? Oh, you saw me through there. Rude. Okay, let's scare him off. Or maybe he just doesn't come inside. Yeah, I think he just doesn't come inside. It seems somewhat unsporting to attack him from here. But hey. It's a good place to put extra meat. Actually,
like night is coming.
Yeah, there's the one burner potbelly stove, which is not great. Okay. Now, I heard that awoo somewhere over in that direction. And I heard an awoo somewhat in that direction. So, first things first. Let's harvest this guy. And we can use our brand new hunting knife. Okay, current order of business. Who barks? I think that guy was hunting a rabbit over there. Yeah, definitely hunting a rabbit over there. Not my problem. I kind of want to go in third party it, though. I kind of want to go, because there should be maybe some better cooking locations this way as well. Okay, he sounds like he's right over here. Where's our friend? Is he outside? I'm going to move fast, but not so fast that I run into something bad. Okay, I hear you over there. Somewhere in this direction. Do need to be careful because we're 3 scent marks. Yeah, I see you, punk. You finished that rabbit, huh? Oh, both of you. Well, you're a problem for tomorrow. They don't know how to open doors, right? Okay, here's a fire pit. Workbench. Whetstone. Could have used that before our previous knife broke. Let's search those things later. Okay, they don't know how to open doors. Thank goodness. Okay, let's find a bed. Yeah, a woo punk. Yeah, a woo punk. Do I hear another? No, that must have been you. Okay, you guys are fine. There's a third. Okay, so there's 3 of them there. That's fine. This place goes into the tunnels underground and eventually ends up at that electric substation. But that's a ways. And I remember it being kind of maze-like, at least for the campaign. Oh, hello. Another electric door. Find me at the mine, east and up the hill, looking up at the mountain. I got a lead on this door. Okay. So that means the mine is somewhere over here. If we want this keypad, we're going to have to end up going to that mine. Or at least somewhere near it. Okay, but for now, let's see if everything is still locked. In the campaign, you have to do a hell of a lot of going around places to try to get through all these buildings. Like, this is the infirmary, I think. That's not enterable. But it seems like it's a little bit more straightforward in this mode. Antiseptic sewing kit, book, drawers, coffee, prison rooms. And this place was completely ransacked, possibly looking for that code downstairs. Antibiotics. Low condition, but might as well take it. Hook we can take. Okay, but let's... You know, I bet I know where to find some beds. There's barracks. There's a barracks building. It should be over in one of these directions. You know what? To get to it, we're probably going to have to go out and around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how you get into the barracks building in the campaign. So let's try for the main Blackrock building. We're just looking for somewhere to take a nap. We can check the rest of the compound in the morning. This looks... I hear something just on the other side of that wall. Something paw pad-like. So there's maybe 4 wolves out in that back area. Okay, so this is all caved in. Who in the hell knows how this would actually happen? Just architecturally and mechanically. So our best bet for a nap might actually be in the infirmary.
This stuff will come in handy.
What have we got? A toque in the back seat. And let's check the glove box. Don't need the can. Yeah, I hear you, punk. Somewhere back there. Alright, nothing in here. Now we got the bus. Just some clothing, huh? Which is really just good for ripping up into cloth at this point. For me, anyway.
What have we here?
Ammunition. Spray paint. Might as well snag it. Oop, forgot about the glove compartment.
Too heavy.
Gloves in the glove compartment. On point. Got anything in your trunk? Any junk in the trunk? Matches. Never mad at a good match. Me. Here, okay, let's see. Interwall buildings. We have the tunnels to the substation, we have the veterinary clinic, and eventually we're probably going to have to go out the back of this building, maybe try to sneak out the wolves, maybe just fight them to head over to the barracks. For now, let's go into the veterinary clinic, or I guess the just the normal clinic, because there aren't animals here, there are humans. Yeah, I never liked how that door shuts itself. Okay. So we don't need antiseptic. The sewing kit is light enough, it couldn't hurt to take. And let's just check the drawers.
Excellent.
Actually, this is a lot of drawers. With just a bunch of soda so far. Alright, that looks like it's about it. Yeah, kind of disappointing for what is effectively a medical location.
There's got to be something useful in here.
Okay, actually a pretty good chunk of food. So, let's toss down the bedroll. Actually, first, let's repair the bedroll. Because we do have all these cloths that we found. And our bedroll is looking a little long in the tooth. Yeah, 34.5% for 2 cloth. Yeah, I'd take it. I'd take those odds. And 33%, that is pretty fair, actually. And I think we're still happy on cloth amounts. Oh, wow. 10 cloth from harvesting? That seems obscene. You know, I forgot we're going to have to cook that wolf meat. Probably didn't need to eat that. Okay, so we drink and we nap. We can see what the weather's like in the morning. If we're lucky, it'll be sunny. And if it's sunny, we can use that fire barrel to cook our wolf meat. Okay, it's just dawn. It is not sunny, unfortunately. Whoops. Let's actually drink this soda instead of drinking the water. Okay, mass-wise, we are a little bit heavy. Probably from picking up all this stuff. So, there you guys are. On account of the entry guard tower not having very good containers, I think there was a fire pit that I saw, wasn't there? Wonder where that went. I think we're probably going to make this area here our base in Blackrock. But let's think. Blackrock is kind of inconvenient. The only thing it's really good for is being a way station for that climbing rope to the north we found, to the northwest. Where did I see that fire bin? Let's check the drawers first.
Excellent.
Hacksaw. Could take the hacksaw. And that sounds like a blizzard. Aha, gauntlets. Gauntlets are nice. If it's not rabbit skin mitts, you should probably be using gauntlets. And I think I'm probably going to want to bring Storm Lantern here eventually for the purposes of going down into those shafts. Okay, have we got anything nice? Stump remover. Don't know where I'll use that. Okay, we can drop firewood. And we don't have a lot of firewood, actually. Okay, here's our coal bin, our firewood bin. And we can start breaking some of these guys down. But let's not stick around for so long that we get frostbite again. Because if we're not in a windbreak, we will start to get wet clothing. Just trying to think, is there another place in this compound that we can find firewood? Nothing is coming to mind. Okay, this guy doesn't open. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be no firewood in this parking lot. Okay, let's actually just wait for a bit in the guard tower here. Well, I guess it's true that there are a few options for reclaimed wood. And a book. Let's think. What do we want to do? I guess we just want to kind of wait for a little bit. We should be nice and warm, toasty, and dry inside this building. Probably should have drank that soda again. Okay, give it another hour. And I guess we can try sleeping. If the sleep doesn't work, let's see if those wolves are still there. If the wolves aren't there, we can try to get to the barracks. Okay. Let's try to get to the barracks. Now, one thing I do know is the back area where the wolves are, that's got plenty of firewood if we can get there safely. The getting there safely part being, of course, the operative phrase. Okay, I saw you, bud. So you guys are still sharking around, huh? How do we want to deal with this? I don't know, but for now let's see how dark this interior is. There should be a lot of stairs and it should get pretty dark.
I can carry much more.
But oh yeah, even like here it's not visible. So let's not go down here without a storm lantern and maybe some extra lantern oil too. All right. Head into the infirmary. Nice and toasty. Actually, it's more toasty in here than the guard tower. And let's just wait out this blizzard. Alright, in the meantime, it's been about 2 hours since we started. It is a good time, and oh my goodness, that feels nice. It's a good time for a stretch break, a walk break, and make sure you hydrate a little bit. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and hopefully this blizzard has passed us by.
I might have to drop some gear.
Alright, and we're back with the blizzard and some banana bread. Well, I guess we can start curing things in here. Hey, cat's trying to lick my fingers. So we scratch the chin. Okay, if we drop here, will we start curing? Yes, perfect. Kind of getting a little bit low on the food and drink, though. Okay, so we will continue to wait this blizzard out, and once it's over, we'll maybe see what we can do to start a fire. And that sounds like it might have ended. That sounds like it might have ended. And, and it's sunny. The time is upon us. The time is here. The time is now. Our moment has arrived. All right, let's hop to it. Let's hop to it. Oh yeah. Get that free char. 2 free char. And M is for my favorite way to start a fire. And also magnifying lens, which happens to be my favorite way to start a fire.
Come on.
All right, easy.
Turned out pretty well.
So easy. Probably gonna need most of this. Let's see. We can do a meat, and that's gonna take 40 minutes. And we're probably gonna also need to simultaneously do some water. And that'll take, we'll see. But in the meantime, we can time to start working on these guys. Come on, punk. Did these guys even go in the door? I don't know. Let's find out. If they do, they're donezo. So are you going to path around? It looks like the answer is no. Unless... Okay, well... Let's try and find a branch. I see you hiding behind that tree, punk. Come on, bud. Come on. Alright, let's do this. Another arrow broken. Down to 10. Alright, come on, bud. And a rerun. The same story. George Lucas says, it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. There were 4 of them. Oh well. Let's get some firewood and head back, do a swap. A meat swap. We do have, yeah, 2 scent marks. I was going to say, if there's anybody around, they've got to be coming. Come on, punk. Let me tell you my favorite story. It's a trilogy, didn't you know? And do we have to worry about number 4? It's a problem for a little bit later. Let's go and put some of these sticks on the fire. And possibly swap a meat. Okay, 15 till ready. And you just finished. Oh, cat on keyboard. Alright, the keyboard has been relegated to... Actually, hold on. The cat is like covering the bottom left corner of the screen. Let's finish you. You're cooked. You, 49 minutes, an hour and change. Add fuel. How many sticks do we have? 6. Add 3. That was 4. Whoops. Not the end of the world. And let's harvest some of these guys. Actually, instead, let's go and try to take down one of these limbs. Because we desperately need more cook time. Okay. Yeah, I really wish the cat wasn't covering all of my health meters. You can't tell from your end, but he's laying down on the desk in front of me. Just nonplussed, doesn't even care that he's covering things. And also, welcome Finn, whether you're a person or a bot remains to be seen, but either way, you've come for the chill, as you can see. It's literally all that we have in this game. Some people have no chill, so we could have all of it. Alright. Breaking down some branches. And getting some sticks. I still have a very strong suspicion that there is at least one wolf still somewhere in this area. So I don't want to push out too far too fast. But in the meantime, let's hope I didn't accidentally spend too much time breaking down branches to burn that meat. But I may have. And... okay, we're good. Alright, barely just didn't boil off the water, though. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. We're getting a little bit heavy. What is so heavy? Guess we got all these branches. So, add fuel. Many of these sticks will probably use all that cook time. No, I'm actually not a voice actor. You could probably tell by the large amount of pauses in between the sentences that I say. My mind has to buffer, and I'm sure that a voice actor must be much more quick on the tongue. But I will appreciate the compliment, so thank you very much for that. Okay, 1, 2, 3 wolves. We can probably... yeah, I think the water might burn off if we do all this. I mean, that's one way to put it, I suppose. You might also say that I'm perhaps the most humble person you know. Which is, of course, a facetious thing to say. Okay, did you... ooh, 1 minute. Almost lost that. I mean, a half a liter isn't the worst thing to lose. But we did almost lose it. Okay, now... not cut it quite so close. Let's just get the meat off the next guy. Yeah, the meat's fast to get. Okay. So Finn, have you ever played The Long Dark or seen people play it? I'm sure if you have,
Starting to slow me down.
you'd think, what's this noob doing? But if you haven't, it's got a pretty unique vibe to it. We can probably... where's the mouse? There's the mouse. Yeah, drop some of this extra stuff. You're cooked. Next. Okay, well let me perhaps give you the quick version of it. So, the lore is that there's some kind of electromagnetic disaster that happened, and everything that's electronic has broken, and none of it works. And when this happened, your character was, I don't know, living, vacationing, sojourning. You're basically trapped in the Canadian wilderness with zero working electronics. So, no indoor heating. Anything you want to get warm with has got to be some kind of fire that you burn. And in this particular survival mode, everyone else has died. So it's sort of, you have to run around, scavenge, hunt, repair, find clothing, repair clothing. If you hunt enough, you can actually make clothing, and it's pretty good clothing. It's basically a low-tech survival / crafting game. I'm sure you've seen other games like, not Ark. Actually, yeah, I think Ark, like ARK, is in this vein, where typically in the game, you start out with nothing, you have to chop down trees, mine rocks, and make all of your tools and all that. This is in a similar vein, but it is a more low tech in the sense you can't just make everything from scratch. If something really needs electricity or modern industry to make, like for example, a proper hatchet, you can't just make a hatchet. You can make an improvised hatchet that's not as good, but you either have to find a good hatchet and keep it maintained, or you have to, make do with less. Okay, how are we on cook time? Kind of running out of... Let's toss this coal on, and let's see if we can't find a tree branch to break apart. So right now, this is maybe a little bit of a long story. This game first came out something like 10 years ago, but it was in quote-unquote early access. It's sort of been in development and been released episodically since then. The first time I played this game, and there's two modes. There's the survival mode, which is what this is, and there's an episodic campaign mode.
It's getting dark out here.
The first time I played the game, they had just added the first episode of the campaign. And so... Was that a body? No. And so I played mostly survival mode. I played the first episode of the campaign. I came back maybe a month or so ago because there was a lot of development that had been done on the game, to the point where they actually recently released episode 5, which is the last episode of the campaign. So I played through the full campaign for the first time, and then I started a run in the survival mode to see what was new since I had started playing, way back when. And, okay, this is broken. I might have to go outside to show you the proper map, but there were a lot of regions that had been added to the world since I had first played this in the survival mode. And so I decided, let me do a survival mode, and let me go and look around and see exactly what they added to the game. And so I'm pretty much just trying to more or less explore the extent of the world that currently exists, or I suppose it's the island you're trapped on. Okay, and that is not burned, which is good.
Bag is getting too heavy to carry.
So, to answer your question finally, what I'm trying to do is survive long enough to explore the rest of this game world. Yeah, unfortunately, being inside this prison area actually messes up the map. You can see there's all these different regions, and I've been to and surveyed most of them. This one I've barely been to and haven't surveyed any of, and there's also a few, I think 1 or 2 others that I haven't even been to. So I want to basically survey everything there is, and then I'll basically decide that I want to continue on or not. Okay, but currently, we're trying to keep this fire alive. What do we have? 40 minutes there. What is so heavy that we're carrying? Probably this. Maybe this. I guess this. Oh, I suppose there's also a bunch of meat here. Yeah, I don't want to let the fire go out, absolutely. But sometimes keeping it fed is the hard part. I know that there's wood over in this area. This is kind of like a, it's like a little foresty area behind the prison. And I know there's wood here, but I can't spin so long away from the fire that the meat burns, because that would be a waste. But I think if we're quick, we can find a limb and break it down with a hatchet for some firewood. Yeah, here we go.
Have to leave something behind.
Yeah, this will do. Okay. This is what we're looking for. Here. Okay, break this down. It takes 45 minutes. The meat will have completely cooked. If we get back quick enough, it won't have burned, though.
I'll die if I don't drink something soon.
He says he'll die, but I think he'll be all right. But basically, so the meat will be burned. Well, it won't have burned. It will be cooked, and it's something like 30 minutes until it burns. I think we'll get back fast enough. But that big branch that we just broke down should give us 4.5 hours of burn time, which should be enough to cook the rest of the food. Let's just hope that it's still there, because I'm not always good at gauging these times. It's not 1-to-1. Like 1 minute in the game is not 1 minute in real life. The in-game time is a lot faster. It's probably like 15 seconds is 1 minute. Okay. And what's the word? We have... Okay, it's not burned. Yeah. Thanks for the support. Because I'm definitely going to need some luck. You wouldn't have believed the number of times I got ganked by timberwolves. The number was too damn high. Yeah, I hear an awoo somewhere out to the left. I guess they're angry because I'm cooking their friends. Alright, but if you're still around, I'll see you on the proverbial flip side and have a good one. Yeah, so here's the tier list, actually. Wolves I can deal with, normal wolves. Timberwolves run around in packs. If there's a lot of them in the pack, they're kind of hard to deal with, but usually I can manage. Above that, there's bears. And above the bears, because this is Canada, there's moose. And if you run into a moose, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, how are we doing? We are actually dehydrated. I didn't realize that. So let's take a quick little sip. And this is, I guess, also a reminder to hydrate on your end as well. And yum yum. Okay, what have we got? We have a cooking slot that we are not being used, or that we are not using right now. Okay, it's got kind of an annoying inventory system to get all these things on the fire, though. What do we have? I think we've picked up all the meat. Okay, so these guys are cooking. That has 3 hours of burn time left. And how much meat do we have? We have only this much. Okay. So let's speed this up. You're not ready yet. Whoops. I did not mean to pick you up. Don't need to add the fuel. We want to place more meat. Cook. We're channeling our inner Gordon Ramsay. And just cooking all this meat because it's fucking raw. Okay. Now that the meat's done, we can get a little bit more on our water situation. Yeah, you and you.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Okay, we can't actually cook more water because we don't have another recycled can. Yeah, we have no more cans, which means we just have to manual the water here. That's okay. Should be able to get enough. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay is the chef that's always angry with the British accent. He's the guy who says, "It's fucking raw." Okay, you are cooked. And this is probably the last bit that we can boil. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Unfortunately, it is very dark. And let's see. So we got water. We got some food. And it should be enough to tide us over for quite a bit, actually. Let's get that charcoal. Charcoal is what you use to draw on the map. I'm going to put a bunch of this stuff down. Yeah, so it's not so bad if it's not cloudy. What I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm walking into a wall over here. There's a clinic over here. Then we could stumble up the stairs. And then I believe it's actually kind of like 2 a.m. based on the timer in the top right corner. And we should be able to sleep until morning. Once I get in here. And are we inside? Sometimes what I have to do is just... Hold on, where are we? Where's the door? No, closed door, here we go. Okay, there. I need to find something that's brighter to just get a gauge on exactly where anything is. Okay, here are the stairs. Alright. And what we can do is we can kind of cheese it. Because we can use the placed bedroll to see outlines of things. Yeah, and here we go. Okay. Sleep till morning. And now it will be bright. But yeah, it can get quite dark. And the darkness can be extremely dangerous. It's a little bit overcast though. Okay, so what we can do is... We have all this food. I think we're gonna... There's an outdoor storage area that we can put this food. It won't rot so quickly. Here's a bunch of stuff that's curing. If you hunt, you can get hides and guts from the animals that you hunt, but you have to wait until they're cured to use them in crafting. And that takes a few days in game. And we sip the tea. Okay, so we can put the meat probably maybe just over here in our little... this guy. Okay, that's good for meat. Eat some of this stuff. Because there's another area in this prison compound. But you have to go past where those wolves were to get to it. I just want to get a little bit prepared. By lowering my carry weight, because if you get too close to the maximum carry weight, you start walking extremely slowly. Okay, so let's see. We can put away a bunch of this clothing. This goes away, that goes away. Okay, that's pretty good. Where is the rest of this carry weight? I guess we have firewood too. Oh, all this meat. And here's some water. Okay. So firewood we can drop here. Most of these sticks. The meat we can put back in here. The water we can drop. Most of anyway. 1, 2, 3. We're still very heavy. What are we carrying that's so heavy? I guess some of these tools must be it. Okay. So for starters, we're not going to need the hacksaw. We're not going to need the broken hunting knife. We don't need so many spray cans for marking. And we probably don't need so many flares. The rest, I think, is okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. So let's see if we can sneak by this wolf. Actually, first, let's finish harvesting these two guys. Because we didn't get their hide or their gut. Yeah, so there's a little bit of lore. Let me sort of explain what was going on there. Last stream, we had entered this region from the south, and I started making a base over in this old substation. As I was doing that, a bear sauntered up, and I shot it with an arrow, and then the bear ran away. The bear, if you can hunt it, is amazing. It's got a whole bunch of gut that you can use for crafting. It's got a bear skin that you can use to make some pretty good equipment. But most importantly, it usually has almost 30 kilograms of meat. And because I was actually pretty damn low on food, I was looking forward to having that 30 kilograms of meat, because that's like, let me estimate. That's probably about 10 to 15 days of eating. But it ran off and I couldn't find it. I looked everywhere in this southern region. Where could I find it? Can I find the bear? Can I find the bear? Because eventually, if you shoot an animal with an arrow, it'll usually bleed and eventually bleed out and die. And so I was trying to find where did the bear run off to die to? And I couldn't find it. And I had to give up. And so the goal for the beginning of the stream is find the damn bear. Where the hell did the bear go? Because the last time I saw it, it was running around by this intersection here, this road junction. So earlier on in this stream, and I guess you're on YouTube, so you can probably, go backwards. The first, say, 20 minutes of the stream, I was looking around all in these areas for the bear. And eventually I decided, let's go up north and try to survey this area. And if I find the bear at that time, fantastic. And luckily, I ran into the bear right about halfway up to the prison. Because right now we're in this prison here. So we came around on the road, we went up here, luckily found the bear, harvested all that. There was some drama down here with some timber wolves, but eventually we were able to head all the way up to the prison where we currently are. So we have found the bear. I believe, hopefully, it is the one and only bear. Because not expecting there to be a bear and suddenly there being a bear is never a good time. But currently the bear is found. The bear was unfound, and then, like its purpose in life, we found the bear. Okay, let's really quick just drop off these hides and guts inside the door to the clinic, because the things that you harvest off of an animal, like these hides and guts, they have to be inside somewhere dry to start curing, which I suppose makes sense. But that does mean you want to place it somewhere that's inside, not outside, to start that timer. Okay, next order of business. There's still a wolf somewhere out here past the fence. We're going to try to sneak by it and find another entrance to the fence to the next region over in this prison compound. Just be prepared for a fight. But hopefully we'll be able to get there without getting seen. Usually I don't get so lucky. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, this looks good. There's the door and we can go inside. Unless this is a cheeky little break in the wall here. Where does this go? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Is there anything good in here? I don't know. Let's find out. Can we crawl through one of these holes? So, in the episodes, there's 5 episodes to the campaign. One of the episodes mostly takes place in this region and in this prison. But you don't go into all these prison areas too much, and things can change for the survival mode. So I'm not sure if there is or is not anything in this area. But it's always worth a quick check. I thought I heard paw pads. There you are. Oh my goodness. Oh, might as well be wall hacking here. I don't know, how did this guy get all the way over here? They usually don't come here in the campaign. Well, okay, I guess that's that. And what is this over here? Is this an entrance? This looks like it might be a cheeky little hole we can go in, or is it just a busted wall? I think it's interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So let's... Actually, I'm kind of curious to see if we can survey in here. We can. I wonder what this will do. Okay, not the most useful. I kind of wish I had done that somewhere else. But let's pop up this rope real quick. Because if we can get into the walls here, maybe there's something interesting or somewhere new we can get to. Is that door open? It doesn't look like it opens. All right, I don't want to give any spoilers in case you do end up playing this game. If this sort of genre is... What the heck? Oh, that's just something on the ground. If this sort of genre has... If you have any interest in it, I do highly recommend picking this up, especially because the Steam Summer Sale is going on. You might be able to get it on sale. And as far as half of this game is cozy, half of it is abject horror. And I can't really think of anything else that, if you've got that particular itch, that will scratch it for you. Okay, interesting. So we go inside? Oh, and it goes inside. I kind of... Let's not go inside quite yet. Let's check this office area first. Yeah, it's, let me see if I can... I've kind of already sort of described it as it's a survival-esque kind of game. It's less about PvP or
that to look here.
PvE, let's say. There is PvE with these animals. But a huge part of the difficulty in surviving is actually handling the cold. Because this is Canada, baby! And you'll usually start out with quite a bad set of clothing. Right now, you know, I've got 2 wolfskin coats, some nice sweaters, great underwear, you know, great pants. I'm basically kitted out clothing-wise. So, at least for me, I'm not super worried about the cold unless it's a blizzard. But until you have this kind of... This is, I guess, a quasi-endgame clothing setup. You really do have to worry about the cold, and that being your number one concern for life. But if it does seem like the kind of thing that you'd be interested in, you know, scavenging in the, you know, the dregs of civilization after an apocalypse, I do highly recommend you give it a try. Okay, this place is pretty Gucci here. Got anything good? Oh yeah, I mean, and it's at this point, even though the last episode just came out, it is, I guess, nominally like 10 years old. So it's probably, when it does go on sale, you can probably get it for a pretty good price. Okay, let's see. And it's got a bed too. Amazing. I'm just going to take all this stuff because I suspect I might not come back. Just because this looks like it might be sort of a one-way dealio, or a dead end eventually. Okay, what have we got? Have we got anything good? Yeah, just stealing all this guy's stuff. Okay. Kind of wish I could take the baseball bat and use it to bash the wolves if they try to attack, but I suppose the bow and arrow are probably better for that. Okay, we came in here already. Came in here. I think then we want to go inside the compound. Yeah.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
All right. It's kind of dark. Does this go down or is it... Okay, it's stairs. Okay, this is a little bit dark. And I sort of wish that I had a lantern. But we may be able to bypass that. Let's see. Because it's a situation... Okay, it's not sunny, unfortunately. Because it's a situation where there's like, you know, no industry that still works. I guess that's the... Yeah, that's where the wolf is. Things that are generally manufactured, like, for example, matches, are a finite resource. So I kind of hate to use them if I don't have to. But I think that this is likely worth the trouble. And indeed, we were able to find a rifle shell casing. Okay, so let's see if we got anything good inside here. This is kind of ransacked already. What is this? Okay. Always looking for tiny little cartridges and casings, because I believe it's possible to repack, or I guess rearm casings.
Something's gotta go.
Let's see. You can basically reload ammunition. And there are revolvers and bolt-action rifles, hunting rifles that you can find. Anything good here? Not really. And while the rifles and the things to repair them, I believe, are also probably a finite resource, there's enough of them that it's probably, especially in early and mid-game, it's probably worth it to use them to do your hunting and your defending. Because, at least for fighting, they're better than the bow and arrow. Longer range, more reliable hits. In case the revolver, faster rate of fire. Ooh, I see you. Cheeky little note. Hard to believe we're getting more inmates this week and in winter. Besides, the talk is that the warden's going to open up Block C again. And guess who's going to have to requisition all we need to stock those cells? Yours truly. Well, quit your belly again. That's your job. Should have never come out here. Debts or no debts, this ain't living. It's just counting days. Thank God I've got Timberwolf coming up. Even with a big storm coming, I can't wait to try the summit route again. I suspect that's a reference to, and this is still busted, isn't it?
Gear is slowing me down.
There's one region up north that I haven't been to called Timberwolf Mountain. That's probably going to be the next region I go to after I finish doing all of my cartography in this region. I'd imagine that there's a bunch of Timberwolves there. But who knows, maybe I'm crazy for saying that. Okay, let's see. I'm hoping that we can fully explore these areas inside here before my torch runs out. But it looks like nothing good happened in this prison, with all the spent shell casings and whatnot. Okay, come on. Yeah, this is the one downside of carrying too much stuff. You know what? I think you might be right. It's kind of like how Iceland is rather nice and Greenland is icy as heck. Okay, we wanted to... Next torch. Here. So, by that genius logic, of course Timberwolf Mountain will have 0 Timberwolves. Now, that's not a good thing if it replaced the Timberwolves with bears or moose. Okay, car battery, heavy hammer. These are hard to find, and they're not very good for many things, but for the things they're good for, you have to have them. For example, forging arrowheads and... Ooh, this is a lot of batteries, actually. The only use for batteries is breaking them down to get the lead out of them, which I presume is to use for forging bullets. Alright, come on now. And so it seems like this area here is like the thing that the place that you want to be for finding lead to forge those bullets. Okay, I kind of hope we don't get lost here. Uh-oh, this is another... So we're almost certainly going to leave the same way we came in. I'm going to drop some things. I mean, yeah. It's like Silent Hill vibes, honestly. Well, I wonder why those bullet holes are there. Okay, let's go back to that vent. I want to drop some things on the other side of it. So that way we don't go so slowly. Okay, come on now. Okay, here's our vent. Let's go. Yeah, you can go painfully slowly if you get too over encumbered. And that's why I want to drop our stuff before heading further into the depths of this prison. If you are a loot goblin like I am, a lot of this game seems to be inventory and weight management once you get to the point where, oh, and look, this looks like a shell casing. Okay, so we want to drop. Well, first we can eat some food, because that'll lose us some weight. And then we want to drop probably all of the firewood we can drop. So all this, no, not all these sticks, because we might be able to make some stuff out of it. Let's see here. What else to drop? We can drop the hammer. Want to keep the pry bar and the hacksaw because those might let us access some things. I suppose we can drop some of this food. Because surely we're not going to be staying inside so long that we'll start getting hungry. And also there was a lot of clothing that we picked up that we do not need to be lugging around. I mean, yeah, but so there's a point where it gets really painful, really painfully slow, like kind of absurd, like crawling on the ground with 2 broken legs painfully slow. Okay, but this is manageable. And as far as the weight is concerned, the base carry weight is 30 kilograms. That's this denominator up here in the top left. I have 2 buffs increasing that by 5 kilograms each. So my current ideal carry weight is 40 kilograms. You can carry more than your ideal weight, but there's a few things you can't do. And once you go 10 kilograms over that, so if we had 50 kilograms of weight, then you really start slowing down. Okay, but here, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to use the sticks to make a torch and hope this torch doesn't burn down. Okay, great. Because now we have another high quality torch that we can use once this one starts burning down. Okay, we went in there already. And this has, ooh, another torch.
I think I can use this.
Of course, I make a torch and then I immediately find another one. It's that kind of, I don't know. For you, it's schadenfreude. For me, it's just bad luck, I suppose. Kind of like how if you hear a new word, suddenly you'll just hear it everywhere in everyday life. Okay, come on, let's sneak, sneak, sneak. So looking at the ground, making sure we're not passing by anything that's looking good. Okay, this is a little bit of wood. And surely there couldn't be... Yeah, all these shell casings. surely there couldn't be a lot more to this prison interior, could there? I have a... How would there be bullet holes here? Whoever's shooting at would have to be... The target would have to be standing like right here, and the shooter would have to be point blank. How would you miss so much? You know, let's just not question that. Okay, this is a dead end. And this looks like it might be a dead end.
Too heavy.
Okay, what are you? Can we get you? No. Chair. Okay, blood. This isn't ominous at all. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. Oh, hello.
Thank goodness.
Well, that'll do. And this is almost out, so let's... Oh, no. Okay, on the plus side, it's a little brighter than it was before. And this could be nice. Oh, that is extremely heavy, though. That is really heavy. Okay, let's see. Is there anything cheeky inside this crate? Sometimes there are things inside these crates and you have to kind of snipe at them with the cursor. Okay, but no. Alright, well, it's a good thing we dropped all that stuff, because we're quite heavy again. Yeah, this guy. So, law enforcement body armor. Great protection, but very heavy. You won't win any sprints wearing it. Okay, so... well, I guess maybe until we get to a decent-ish stopping point.
Able to carry this load for much longer.
If I had my druthers, maybe somewhere between an hour and a half from now. That would put it at around 4 hours-ish, which seems like a pretty good amount of time. Okay, luckily there's enough ambient light to navigate at least a little bit. Okay, might have to do the trick where we turn backwards. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, usually I don't plan the length quite so explicitly. Just because the way this game kind of has... Yeah, I mean, you don't feel obligated to stay, certainly. This is definitely just, at best, it's second monitor content. Okay, now it's getting kind of dark. We need to stumble into that vent system again, which I think was this way. Okay, I kind of get the feeling that we're just going to get lost if we keep doing this. So what kind of light do we have? We have a couple of flares, torches, and matches. I guess it's less of a waste to use a match than to use a flare. Okay, here we go. So we were kind of going the right way, but I'm pretty sure I would have gotten lost on the way over here. Okay. That's fine. So we would probably be going about 2 centimeters per second at most if we still had our full carry weight. We might even walk that fast if we pick all this up. Okay, let's see how brutal it is. Really, the books are decent-ish for burning. Yeah, this is rough. They're decent-ish for burning, but I don't think I care enough about these books to bring them all the way this slowly up here. Let's see. Yeah. So I think maybe I'll get to the top of these stairs, drop a bunch of stuff, and then if I feel particularly loot goblin-y, we can come back in a second trip. Let's drop all of these And what else can we drop? I guess we can come back for the hammer. And maybe even a little bit more. I'd like to get under 50 kilograms of carry weight, because 50 kilograms is just about where you really start slowing down. And I guess the hacksaw will do. Okay, that'll do. So now we just need to remember how to get out. We're looking for a door. Stairs and then door. Yeah, I think we're through here. And I want to say, yeah, to the left. Okay, here we go here.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Let's go to the... Yeah, I'm certain that the only way up and down from this area is that mountaineering rope that we climbed up. And climbing up and down one of those mountaineering ropes is one of the few things that is... You just can't do it if you're over encumbered, if you're over your comfortable carry weight. Which means we're going to have to do... Yeah, you wouldn't know it, right? It turns out before they were buying up all the homes, they were buying up the remote Canadian wilderness to make prisons on. Okay, here's our mountaineering rope. So let's drop things quite aggressively here. Because we'll definitely be coming back this way. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's a nice thing to drop. And... yeah, we can drop some food. Not that. Okay, that's good. And let's head back before this torch burns out. I think the devs very much enjoy black as the adjective for things, because they've been producing the sequel to this, and they called the sequel Black Frost. So there's Blackrock, there's Black Frost. Might just be the devs. Or their proclivities, their naming conventions. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to be doing a few trips back and forth, because I'm remembering there's also that wolf that we hunted. Well, it kind of tried to hunt us, but I definitely quick-scoped it around that corner. Which is possibly my most YOLO 420 quick-scope moment in this game so far. Okay, let's go. We like to move it, move it. All right. Well, I kind of cheated because, I don't know if I'd say cheated, but I'm experienced enough to know how tall a wolf is. I'm paranoid enough to know when I hear a wolf paw pad around a corner. And I'm scared enough to reflexively release the arrow the second I see something dark moving across the center of the screen. So I can really not thank my skills. It's more of a brainstem taking over. That kind of a situation. All right. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes if there's a dead body, like something you hunted or a dead deer that got hunted by a wolf, or a person who died from exposure, crows will circle around it to let you know, kind of know it's there. Just makes things a little bit easier to find. It's kind of a nice quality of life feature they added to the game. Well, I guess they didn't add it. I think it's been there since the beginning, but it's a nice quality of life feature. Okay, so here what we need to do,
leave something behind.
We need to drop things until we are under that 39.77 carry weight. Which is only going lower because, and we can probably drop the vest. We're not carrying the vest. What are we carrying that we can drop? As your fatigue increases, so we have that, we have that fatigue meter. Oh, we can drop a bunch of these. There's that fatigue meter in the bottom left. As that goes past half empty, you start losing your maximum carry weight. Okay, luckily this is a short rope. All right, we want to drop as much stuff as we can. Oops, drop. Drop all you. In fact, drop all the matches. This goes against all of my instinct to drop these matches. But we gotta be pretty brutal right now. Actually, we can drop these newspapers and drop all these tinder plugs. Those things will only help you start fires if your fire starting skill is too low. And our fire starting skill is quite high, so we don't need them at all. They're literally dead weight. We can't even use them for anything. Okay, what else can we drop? Drop all these. Only downside to dropping things that we have a lot of is it's a pain to pick them back up. Because you gotta do it one at a time. Whoops. Double whoops. And drop. Okay, what else can we get? I don't think we've quite dropped enough to have just one go at it. But there's not much else to drop, so let's see how close this will get us. Okay. And so many books. Okay, here we go. That's too much stuff, so let's drop the revolver. And a couple of these spray cans. Okay. Next. Drop this stuff in a slightly different pile. Vest can go. And what else did we pick up that can be done away with? A bunch of these books. All right, let's hope that's enough. This is, I mean, sometimes you really can only traverse something with a mountaineering rope, but it's such a pain when it's the only way to get somewhere, because you've got to painstakingly bring things back and forth if you're carrying too much. Okay. I haven't heard. So traverse it's another word for to go over or go through. It's like you would say you traversed a mountain if you hiked over it, or you traversed a bridge if you went over a bridge. It just implies a little bit more involved of an effort in making the journey. But it pretty much just means to go. It's one of those English situations where there's just a gigantic number of words to really just effectively mean the same thing with a slightly different flavor. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it one bit. Got some tea. I'm drinking some tea. Okay, so I think what we do is we head back to the clinic building. Because I'm beginning to suspect that the fourth wolf that I thought was outside in this forested area here, I think that guy might have actually been the one that went all the way through that building and that we no-scoped around that corner. So we should have free reign of this entire northern area. Usually you can tell that there's a wolf somewhere around if it gives an awoo and you can hear it from at least pretty far away. So you know that you're not about to walk into something. Oh, it's actually, so what type of tea? This is actually, I don't know if you would count it as tea, because it's not from the traditional tea species of tree. It's yerba mate. So I think it's more of a popular in South Africa kind of herbal slash bark slash something infusion. I picked up a box of it, maybe maybe 20 or 25 gram box of it a long time ago. And I've decided to finally make a concerted effort to actually finish it off because I feel like it's probably losing quality. Okay, we dropped all the firewood here. We can drop other things in a different pile. What are we not wearing? We're not wearing these. Yeah, if I was to describe it, I would say it's lighter than a black tea. I'd say it's probably closest to a more earthy tasting green tea. It doesn't quite have that
Night can't be far behind.
certain green tea umami, but it's a little bit more earthy in its flavor. And of course, like tea, you can, add sugar or what have you to it, depending on your preference. Okay, drop all these things. And can we drop much else? Because I suspect we're still not quite... Actually, we want to keep that knife because I want to harvest that wolf. So where did that knife go? Are we still carrying it? Okay, we still have the knife. We can drop bedroll. Drop the charcoals. Yeah, drop almost all this stuff. Okay. This might not be enough carry weight, but I think it should get close. And then we can take a long-deserved sleep. Just listening very carefully. But I don't think I hear any paw pads, which is always nice. Okay, this is not the right door. That door goes to the armory slash barracks. And we'll probably hit that tomorrow morning when it's light out. But for now, let's get the rest of this stuff. And maybe even harvest the wolf on the way back. We do have a decent amount of food. You saw earlier we were cooking it all in that one fire. But it's almost all wolf meat. And wolf meat is actually kind of low in the calories per kilogram compared to other types of meat or other types of food. So it's never as much as you think it might be. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this'll do. Make sure I haven't forgotten anything. And these we don't need. Okay, so let's go harvest that wolf. And we are definitely okay for carry weight. Yeah, that's definitely true. So, for example, since I first started playing this game, the first time I played this game, I mentioned was when only episode 1 was out. It must have been like 7 years ago at least. There wasn't this... I don't think there was this crafting menu that shows you all the things you can craft. So for example, bearskin coat you can craft. There's some wolfskin things you can craft. Rabbit skin things you can craft. Some of which I already have. But the clothing that you can craft out of hides, all of that takes cured gut to repair. So it's always nice to have some extra gut lying around. And there's also fishing line that you can make from cured gut as well. And fishing, I don't think there's any regions, any areas here
I can carry much more.
where fishing is viable. And also it's cloudy, so of course it's very dark. I don't think there are any places in this particular region where it's possible to fish. But if you can find a fishing hole, because it's Canada, of course people do ice fishing. If you can find a fishing hole,
I think I need to lay down.
it's a pretty good and safe way to find calories regularly, as long as you can maintain the fishing lines, because if you fish for too long on one fishing line, it will eventually snap and break, and you'll lose the hook and you'll lose the line, and you'll have to completely make those from scratch. And besides the small amount of line that you'll find lying around in the world, it's not a very common item to find. The best way to make it is, or to get more of it, is to hunt and harvest it from animals and make it out of cured gut. Okay, well, well, on the plus side, at least it's not a full-on blizzard. It's only a little bit snowy. I hope I didn't just jinx it. Well, part of that might be... So if my room was brighter, that would certainly be the case. I'm really just... If you can see there's like a bright line kind of from the left middle of the screen to the... and it goes horizontally, I'm really just gauging off of these sort of brighter highlights. And certainly, if the room you're in is bright and your monitor doesn't handle glare well, it's going to be next to impossible to see. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm navigating on. I'm just looking at these tiny little bright bits that are features of the terrain and using those in kind of my memory. Oh, well, that would absolutely nuke it. You definitely need like a high brightness to fight any kind of phone, glare that you get on a phone screen. Okay. Probably could have dropped a bunch of that stuff, but let's just go into the clinic and sleep until morning. Don't forget to hydrate. Okay, the downside here, of course, is... So, for example, I cannot see anything inside here. I'm just kind of going off of vibes and where I sort of remember where the stairs were. I think we're at the top and look left. Okay, here we go. There we go. And now there's a window in the middle of the screen now. Yeah, it's hard to see. So let's put down... Oh no, I dropped the bedroll. Well, that's not good. This place doesn't have a bed, does it? I don't think this place has a bed. Okay. Well, we have to limp back down. Where are we? That was very unfortunate. Okay, open the door. Orient ourselves. Go back down. That is unfortunate. That is one of the huge downsides of doing this navigation thing, or trying to take things in batches. If you mess up the batches, you're not going to have something that you want to be holding. Okay, you know what? I'm not... Oh. One thing that we can do for free. I always forget the little things when I get the slightest bit distracted. We can go just barely inside the door here. And I'm going to drop that hide and those guts that I just harvested so they can start curing. But let's get to the morning right quick so you can actually see something. But to do that, I'm going to need to get to the bedroll. Or maybe we just sleep in the car. Might sleep in the car. That could be easier than actually finding the bedroll, because it's dark underneath here. When it's a starry night, it's a lot better than this. Even for me, on my end, this is rough. Okay. Just sleep until morning, and everything will be better. Everything will be fine. Alright. There we go. So, first order of business. We drink some soda to stop dehydrating. Second order of business, drop the junk that we don't want to hold third order of business, pick up the junk that we do want to hold. Okay. So, here's firewood. There's a bunch more that we can drop here. Like that. I guess all those books were really all. We can drop the meat that we just harvested off that wolf. We can eat some food. And okay, we have about 6 kilograms free. And we're going to have even more once we drop this. Once we drop this ballistic vest. Yeah, so where does the ballistic vest go? Oh, interesting. That's one of these accessory slots. That could be really good in certain situations. Okay, but for now, because I'm not anticipating fighting a bear or a moose, I don't think we need to wear or carry the ballistic vest around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it near the exit to this compound, which is not too far away. And we can also take a peek outside really quick so I can show you the map proper. Because like I mentioned, for some reason, when you're in this kind of sub area inside the prison, the world map is bugged. Okay, so we can drop the ballistic vest here. Fantastic. And here is just outside. Okay. So right now we're kind of right here. No, we're right here. World map is this. Everything that has a name here, and I guess if you're on the phone, you can't quite see all of it. Let me see if I can kind of help with that. I'm going to tab out for a moment and just kind of pan this a little bit. So, okay, yeah, so here on the left side. So we've got, what is this? Broken Railroad, Mountain Town, Hushed River Valley, Mystery Lake, Ravine, Bleak Inlet. That's kind of, I would consider to be the... Do I hear something? Okay, I thought I heard paw pads, but I'm pretty sure it was just that flag flapping in the wind. Okay, where was I? Right. So everything to the west of the ravine and Mystery Lake is kind of the, what I would consider to be the quote-unquote western part of the map, because there's not really many ways to get to them from the east. There's only 2 ways that I know of through Mystery Lake and the ravine. The southern part of the map would be, let me pan this over a little bit more. The southern part of the map here, I would say, would be the Coastal Highway, the Crumbling Highway, and Desolation Point. Those are actually some very nice locations to stay in because there's very easy fishing, and sometimes some good items are blown up onto shore during a blizzard. But there's really only 2 ways out of that, and that's to go north from Coastal Highway or to go west from Coastal Highway. And then Pleasant Valley is kind of the key way to the north or the northeast. And in this current survival run, what I've done is I started over in Hushed River Valley in the top left here. I wasn't familiar with this region because the first time I played the survival, there was really only the southern region that they had added to the game. So I tried my best to not die to get back to that southern region and spent a lot of time there. But then after I was ready, I went and have basically just gotten done with exploring everything in the west and everything in the south. Right now, we're in Blackrock up in the top here because we just finished surveying Pleasant Valley. So then we headed up to Blackrock. And I'm pretty much in the process, and this goes back to your previous question, you know, what am I doing in this game more broadly? There's 3 more regions to survey. There's Blackrock, Timberwolf Mountain, and Ash Canyon before I've pretty much surveyed the entire game world. And then I'll probably put the survival mode down. Maybe they try a few of the challenge modes. But Timberwolf Mountain and Ash Canyon, I've never been to. So I'm not entirely, I actually have no idea what to expect there. Okay, where were we? But I think that was to answer a previous question. I don't know if I actually answered it because I don't remember the exact question. But hopefully that's helpful. But I would say yes, the map is very large. I guess, for example, can't go back to the world because it broke. Well, I guess it wouldn't really be helpful to mention this without the world map up, because I'm sure you haven't memorized it already. And me just saying the regions probably wouldn't mean much. But I would estimate that it would probably take, if you had great weather and nothing attacking you, it would probably take 2 or 3 in-game days to walk from one end of the island to the other end. If you're lucky, it might take more than that. Okay, but what can we drop? Because I want to just drop as much as we can here to lighten our load before picking up all the things that we want to keep. It's never a bad idea to have a tiny little stash of matches so you can start a fire if you're in trouble. Okay, we definitely don't need all these antibiotics. Well, thanks for the compliment, but yeah, the game is big. The problem, I think the main problem is it's too slow of a game for most people. It's a very contemplative, high quality vibes game. It's not a, fast-paced Twitch shooter where there's something happening 5 times a second. And I believe that is probably why it doesn't have a much larger following, because I think, in my opinion, this game is extremely well directed art-wise. It nailed, so it's got, and let me see if I can show you. You can kind of tell, if you look at, say, the mountains, the rocks, even the trees, it's sort of, in the snow and the buildings, it's sort of got this, I wouldn't call it low poly, I'd call it maybe medium poly details in all of the models, but it pairs it really well with this almost watercolor art style. And you haven't even seen a proper dawn or dusk yet. They nail the aesthetics of especially sunsets. It's actually quite beautiful for being a game. And I'm sure, of course, they designed it to be quite beautiful specifically, but it's still nothing to scoff at. Okay, maybe drop a sewing kit. And is there anything else that we'd want to drop here? It is very much like Firewatch. In fact, I may be getting the timelines reversed. I want to say Firewatch came out in something like 2019-ish, maybe 2020. I think a few years after The Long Dark. So what I would say is I wouldn't be surprised at all if Firewatch wasn't extremely influenced or inspired by this game in particular. Because the fire, basically that big tower that you sleep in Firewatch, the one that you watch, for the fires from, there are those in some of the regions in this game where it would make sense. Because this is like, I can't go to the world map again because we're in the prison. It's like it's supposed to be a northern Canadian island. There are some parks and forests on it. And so there are those lookout towers. And they're actually extremely cozy. Just like in Firewatch, they're extremely cozy here too. Okay, but what can we drop? There's already a bunch of food. I think maybe we've dropped just about as much as we would care to drop. We've got water. We've got firewood. Oh, and it's sunny, so you know how I mentioned that because there's no industry still going on, because there's no electricity, that matches are kind of hard to come by? Well, there's this pretty little item called the magnifying glass. And if it's daytime, and specifically if it's daytime and sunny, you can start fires with the magnifying glass if you're outside. And so it is always a treat. It's always a treat to be able to start a fire with the magnifying lens, in my opinion. Because it is literally free fire, which in this case means free food and free water.
Come on. Come on.
Because we already did the work of gathering the firewood and hunting the meat. Okay, let's throw a couple more shrimps on this barbecue before it burns out. Oh, I did not mean to throw that coal on. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, did we pick up any of the meat? No. So the downside here is I've got this cat sitting on the desk in front of my monitor. And he's sitting and kind of licking himself right in the middle third of the screen. So I can't exactly see what I'm clicking on some of the time. So you'll have to forgive me for this very painful gameplay. Like, I can't really, I have to look at OBS to see exactly. Let's not, because I'm a loot goblin, I'm also kind of a efficiency goblin. And what that means is I always want to, you can speed up time while things are cooking or boiling. Oh, his name is Jack, by the way. And he's too cute to get in trouble. Things will take different amounts of time to cook or boil. Cook if it's food, boil if you're making potable water. And you can press spacebar to speed time up, so you don't have to just, wait in-game real time. Because that would get really painful if you had to cook, 10 kilograms of animal meat and wait a literal hour IRL to do it. That would just be boring. So you can speed time up. But, water and cook. If you want to really optimize your burn time with your... Okay, yeah, we did have more things to light on fire. If you want to optimize your burn time, you always want to only speed up on the thing that has the less time to cook or to boil. Because if you do, or if you choose the longer one, then that means... Where's my mouse? Here it is. Then that means you're going to be wasting burn time. Basically wasting cooking time. So this is 7 minutes still boiled. So if I had waited for the wolf meat, this thing would be boiling off for the next 40 minutes, as opposed to us actually having the water. And this will take probably all in about 20 minutes to cook. This will still take 38 minutes, so we want to speed up on the water. Now we can take the water and restart it while this is still cooking. So I call this my rhythm game, because it's got a little bit of a rhythm to it. Not that. Yes, this. And where's the meat? Here. We did pick up all the meat, and we have an hour and 55. That should be enough. Yeah, I'm not going to lie regarding the cat. I'm seriously thinking about figuring out some way to have a cat camera. Well, I guess a second cat camera at this point. I didn't mean to eat that, but it's not the end of the world. So that I can put it on him, so people can see how cute he is. Because he really does just like to lay down on the desk next to me. Okay, water and cook. Boil and boil. Still 35 minutes on that. We can sneak in one more water. And do we have more meat? I hope not. And we do have one more meat. So let's do a little bit of micro adjustment with actually probably just one book. Whoever said that burning books was a bad idea? Sometimes it's exactly what you need. I kind of wish I had more sticks, though. Oh my god. Well, we got a bot. But yeah, I just need to basically set up the cat camera, figure out some way to add it, because I think I do have a second webcam I could use for it. What was I about to do? Right. While this was boiling and cooking, I was going to go and look for a few more sticks. But yeah, I definitely want to figure out a cat camera situation. The only downside is there's about 3 separate places he likes to lay down. So the question is, where do I put it? I think the easiest one...
Mouth so dry.
Oh. So he's laying down and he's covering up the bottom left corner of the screen, so I can't actually tell without leaning a lot forward. I can't actually tell if I'm about to starve or dehydrate. Okay, so that's good. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. The reason I'm coming here for these sticks, I like sticks for fires. They're not the best. Ideally, if you're really trying to optimize for long term, you probably want to pick up things like actual firewood. But I like sticks because, well, 2 reasons. One, they're super easy and super quick to pick up, very fast. Even the branches, by hand, they take 10 minutes to break down. You get 3 sticks. They're not very good for burn time compared to weight. They weigh about 150 grams, so 0.15 kilograms, and they give you about 10 minutes of burn time. Triple that weight to about 1/2 kilogram, and a cedar piece of firewood will give you an 1.5 hours of burn time, as opposed to just 30 minutes of burn time. So the firewood is much longer burning for the weight, but sticks are very good because you can pick them up super fast. They're very easy to light a fire with, and you can also do micro adjustments for the burn time. So for example, if it looks like your fire is going to go out just before whatever you're doing is finished, like for example, this is 18 minutes of burn time. This snow is probably going to take about 20 minutes to cook. If we need to, we can add 1 stick and micro adjust our fire so that we're wasting as little time as possible. But, like I said, they're not great economically, so you don't want to carry a whole bunch if you don't have to. Okay, that's done. That can be sitting. It's good. Yeah, so that was paused because we didn't add the stick. But we're not hurting so much for water that I think it's worth lighting it again, because now it's overcast and we can't use the magnifying glass. Okay, but we can drop some of this. Okay, food-wise, we can put meat in here. We have a bunch of peanut butter. We have some beef jerky, and yes, we have a decent amount of food, a decent amount of water. Mass-wise, we have about 9 kilograms free. I would like to have 1 cedar firewood, please. Just because it's always nice to have a little bit of burn time in case you really need a fire impromptu. You keep a couple of sticks for the lighting, and then you have
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
either a piece of coal or a cedar firewood to actually maintain the fire. See, I told you it's painful to pick up all those things if they're stacked. You know, I've never actually played Kenshi, but I have seen one of the people who does these challenge playthroughs of Kenshi. I used to have those on in the background as I would do work. You know, like the kind of, I start with, 0 limbs and I'm a slave. And then, however long later you're a warlord and you're taking over places. That kind of thing. I've seen those before. So I definitely know of it. And I have thought about it because it does seem like the kind of open world, a little bit janky, but also kind of fun game that I would be into. But I guess, again, to answer your question in a very long-winded manner, no, I've not actually played it. You know what? I keep forgetting to do things that would be a good idea to do. For example, drop all these. We're going to head north real quick. Yeah, it feels like the kind of game where you need to have a very deep understanding of the mechanics to do more than stumble around and just keep getting ganked by random low-level bandits. And I kept forgetting to just take a little bit of a walk up here and do a tiny bit of surveying just to finish filling out this part of the map. Because right now what I'm basically doing is trying to fill the map out. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true, but wouldn't it be nice to be at the point where you don't have to worry about the failure? Okay, there we go. Actually, hold on now. Is there a cheeky little path over in this direction? I don't think there should be. And I'm not seeing anything like that. Okay, I'm going to say that no, there's nothing over there. So let's head back, pick up all that stuff I dropped. And what I want to do is I want to leave a bunch of that junk that I was carrying just now in the guardhouse at the front of this area and call that kind of a way station. A little bit of a base, just in case I get pushed there by circumstances, so we don't succumb. Because in this game, preparation is about 90% of success. And I'm preparing for disaster I don't even know is going to happen yet.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Remember how I said I completely forget about something the second I get the slightest bit, not disoriented, distracted? I mentioned there's that whole barracks area that we didn't look through. So let's see how we're doing. We are a little bit sleepy. I think what we do is we sleep. We're probably going to wake up sometime around midnight. We'll see if it's bright. Basically, if we have a moonlit or a cloudy night. And if it's bright enough, we go and start checking out the barracks. If it's not, we burn time until morning. Okay, well, let's jam all this stuff in this locker. Okay, what do we want to lose? We can put whatever extra clothing we had. What extra clothing? We had this. What else do we have? We had extra tools. We had a lot of extra tools. I usually don't use hatchets. Let's remember we have the heavy hammer here. Just because... Okay, revolver can sit here. And I guess it would make sense to keep some ammo with it. We don't need all these spray paints. And we probably... 2 marine flares is probably already overkill. Alright, what else do we have? We can put all our scrap. Stump remover, dusting sulfur. Okay, I still feel like we are much more encumbered than I was expecting. What are we carrying that is so heavy? We don't have the ballistic vest. Yeah, where's all this weight coming from? What the hell? I guess we can put the bow and the torch inside. Those are ruined, so if you can't harvest anything from them, it deletes them. Which is why the bow isn't there anymore. Let's see, can't really drop much from here. Oh, there's the extra hunting knife, we can drop that. I wonder. Well, that's a problem for later. For now, actually, where is it? So we have 14. We can harvest these arrows, get the arrowheads back. Arrowheads, at least for now, are the limiting factor to the number of arrows you make. Because, like I'm sure you can imagine, you need either you find them or you need to forge them. And forges are rare. That sounds like a proper blizzard outside. Can you imagine nighttime with this kind of whiteout, foggy blizzard conditions? It is very easy to get lost. But we'll be able to sleep it off. Yeah, but so arrowheads are the limiting factor for the number of arrows you can get, at least in sort of the early and mid game. These fire hardened arrows, you can make them from just sticks, but you can make them from just sticks, but they're only good against things like rabbits and birds. Where's all this weight coming from? Okay, we're 13 kilograms here. It's not bad. Okay, 1.5 kilograms here. That's not bad. Okay, 5 kilograms of food. Really? 1, 2, 3.5, 4. Yeah, I guess we have 5 kilograms of food. So, eating. And then we've got 3 extra kilograms here. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. So for now, let's just sleep it off. You can't sleep forever. You can only sleep until your fatigue meter is full. And the reason for that is because it's dark. Okay, it's still cloudy. The reason for that is because watching your calories, not running out of food, is a big aspect of the survival part of this game. And you spend fewer calories sleeping than you do just waiting. And so there's kind of a little bit of a penalty to just passing time like this. Oh, aha, so see this? The lore of this game, like I mentioned, is there's no electricity because there's some kind of disaster, right? So then you might ask, why are those lights on? During an aurora, electricity is intermittently on. Exactly. My hypothesis, and I think my explanation is better than the explanation that they give in the game, is that this event, basically the apocalypse event that happens, I suspect is the Earth's magnetic field starting to reorient, and so it intermittently turned off and allowed basically a huge electromagnetic pulse to happen, which fried all the electronics in the game, or in the world. But during the aurora, there's enough of interaction from the sun's, I guess, just solar rays and the whatever's left of the magnetic field to cause EM waves to emanate down and basically create transient currents that light up things. Basically that cause electricity to temporarily work again. But one of the things that begins to work again sometimes is computers. And computers sometimes have these little, basically, they'll have an email or a message of some sort open. And those are collectibles called, where is it? Called buffer memories. And they're a pain in the ass to find, because not all computers have them, and you can only access them during the aurora. And so whenever I'm in some kind of very, what do you call it? Whenever I'm in some kind of very civilized / built up location during an aurora, I always run around and look for computers. And I remember, I think, there was a computer somewhere in the jail. Another thing that happens, and I'm actually very happy that we hunted all the wolves in the region before. Another thing that happens during the aurora is it drives the animals crazy. And it makes them extremely aggressive. third thing that happens, well, I guess this is a different aspect of the first thing. Were you here? I think you were here when we saw that locked door with the keypad. That keypad lock will work during the aurora, but I just need to find the code first. But I think I remember seeing a computer or a laptop or two inside the prison, so I'm really hoofing it over there. Because the aurora will end when night ends. So, that would make a lot of sense. In fact, that might even be a better idea, but I don't think that's the case in this case, because on the keypad, we found a note. And I think it was this note. It wasn't this note, it was the note before it. Here. We found this Blackrock memo, and it says, I'll read it because I guess it's cut off for you on their phone. It says, "Find me at the mine, east and up on the hill, looking up at the mountain. I got a lead on the door." I think that that lead that whoever wrote that is mentioning, I think that lead is the keypad code. And to the north of this area, you kind of have to go around, but there is a mine. I've been there in the campaign. So I think we have to go up there to find the code. But if we didn't, and it was on this computer, I would be a pretty happy camper. Yeah, okay, so that computer's busted. Do we have a working one? You know, you would think you'd have one in here, maybe. I suppose not. I could have sworn that I saw a laptop inside the prison, though. But yeah, it's always exciting when you can do a little bit of exploration during an aurora. Okay, so that's busted. Where's that laptop I saw? Not here. Okay, here we go. Looking for screens. None of them are accessible so far. Okay, anything good over here? No. Let's check down in the lower area. Uh-oh. Kind of have to remember how this vent went. I think it went to the right and then backwards and then maybe to the left. Darkness. To the left maybe, and backwards. I hear a buzzing. Okay, is this? Here we go. Okay. Nothing over here. I could have sworn there was a laptop. Where was that? Maybe I've just misremembered again. No, that's just dark. And that, I think we might have to use another match to light a torch, just to find our way around a little bit faster. Like I said, I hate to burn it, but we're already here, so in for a penny, in for a pound. I think this is backwards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is backwards. That's not accessible. Okay, where exactly does this place go? Already checked in there. Wasn't there? Could have sworn there was a way through here. Okay, here we are. And let's see what we can find. Come on. You can do it. Alright, it's not looking promising. Okay, it seems like no, there's no good laptop around here. Where did I see that then? It must have been somewhere around here. Okay, at any rate, let's head back. I think this is the way. Probably going to end up burning this torch out. Either that or maybe the laptop was just completely broken and the screen didn't even turn on. So it's possible that I just missed seeing it outright. Would not be surprising one bit. Well, how are we on carry weight?
Feels like a lot of gear.
Kind of want to take that with me just cuz. Yeah, I'm surprised that I made it through without being able to see the last time. Yeah, this...
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Did you hear? So the player character right now I'm playing is named Mackenzie. Did you hear what he said just now? And if you did, do you recognize the reference? Okay, we're about to lose this torch, but it's alright. Yeah, I mean, it's a Canadian accent, so... Well, basically he said that guy who tried to drink his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now. And he's talking about Bear Grylls, who back in, I guess around 2010, he had a TV show called Man vs. Wild, and the premise of the show is that he would basically get dropped off by helicopter with pretty much only the clothes on his back and maybe a knife in these extremely remote and inhospitable locations, and his goal would be to find his way back to civilization. And I don't know if it was a running gag or if it was just like his thing, but it seems like every other episode he would end up, you know, in a situation where he'd say something like, and he was English, by the way. It seems like he would end up in a situation where he would say something like, "Now, this is a bad situation here. If we go without water for much longer, I'm going to have to drink my own pee." And so, it's just... At the time, it was just a really funny thing to hear on television. We want out. Yeah, we want back to the rest of the place. Okay, which means outside. Yeah, I mean, the Aurora is pretty, but as long as you're inside and you don't need to worry about any animals on bath salts. Yeah, he's, you know, white dude, very sort of round English face, short brown hair, kind of a typical English look to him. And yeah, you definitely might have seen him. He was very, very popular at one time, but I mean, his show hasn't been on for a while, but I'm sure if you watch the right channels, you can probably catch some reruns. And I probably mentioned this, but his name was Bear Grylls, spelled Grylls. So it's also kind of an unusual spelling there as well. Suppose we have an epilepsy warning with these lights. Okay. Now we drop the car battery, but it's here in case we need it. Alright. Something like 2 a.m., 2 or 3 a.m. I'm trying to think. I could have sworn that that laptop was somewhere. But I guess not. Alright, at any rate, we do have a secondary option. We can take a look at that keypad, see if Mackenzie, the player, just knows what the code is and puts it in. Probably won't, but who knows, maybe they didn't code it properly. And alternatively, there is a cheeky little maintenance shed. No, hold on. Before that, let's check the barracks before we forget. We came over here to check the barracks initially. Let's finally actually check the barracks, because that might have a computer in it. It would kind of make sense to have a computer in it too, right? Okay, let's see. And where does this rope go up to? I'm somewhat curious. I guess I've never been up one of these things. Up into one of these guard towers. Let's see what's up here. Okay. There's a door. And it opens. What do we got? Energy drink. I don't know why there's any sulfur. Aha, note. From a journal. Can't tell who's coming and going even from up here. It looks empty, but I'm gonna wait it out a couple of days and see if whoever followed me over the river was headed up here too. This place must be cursed at this point. Even a fire couldn't change that. So I suppose all that damage came from some kind of a fire that broke out at the facility, at the prison. Although you'd think that there's too much concrete and stone for it to really burn much. Oh well. Okay, this looks... Okay, lots of... I don't know why there would be multiple spent shell casings, but I'll take them. Alright, let's head back down. Yeah, another thing to mention is the radios also work, so it's kind of a treat to hear some piano music. Okay, here we are. And there's the barracks here. Do we have any computers? No, not yet. Bathroom, probably not going to have any computers. Head up to the second floor. There should be some roof access, and we should be able to get over to... Yes, another building across these catwalks. And also, hello, Lamide the bot. Yeah. I seem to be a magnet. It's just because, who knows? I just have that bot magnetism. There's probably some things I could do to filter them out. Okay, here we go. Pry bar, we don't need that, but we could take it. Gunpowder, we could take it. And this is the clinic. And that's, in the campaign, this is a one-way trip. And it looks like we can't even go in from here. So that's fine. That is a-okay. I don't mind. Because really it's just these two buildings that I'm interested in looking at right now. Okay, so we did a quick through of this barracks building. There wasn't really anything. Let's see if we can enter the next building that we were just on the roof of. This one. Looks like we might not be able to. I don't think we can. Okay, so no computers in this entire compound, huh? That's kind of disappointing. Okay, well, at any rate, what we can do here is sleep until dawn. Or at least sleep until close to dawn. Yeah, I guess part of it is the, I don't know if you can see like all of the on-stream or on-screen things, or if you've got the phone tilted horizontally. Well, let's just say Twitch has a lot of bots, and they're all in this stream. Okay, what can we see? Not much. Well, what can we do? We can loot. Okay, I mean, it's not like a worry thing per se.
Wonder if the owner's around.
But things will be a little bit more zoomed in for you if you're vertical. But horizontal, I've got like kind of a multi-chat thing going on. So you'll see basically all of that. Okay, nothing in the fridges, huh? Okay, anything good in the lockers? Not really. So you can pick up this stump remover and the dusting sulfur packets, and somewhere there's supposedly a place you can use to make gunpowder out of it. I've not yet found such a place, so I'm not entirely sure if it exists, but the crafting menu tells me such a place may exist.
Someone's stash.
He says, ah, someone's stash, and he really just found a heap of scrap metal. Okay, this is nice. Yeah, so like I said, I've been to everywhere in the south and everywhere in the west, and there was nothing that could help me with the gunpowder. So I think that if there is anything anywhere, it's got to be up there in those places. Okay, is there a way back? But yeah, if I was to guess, probably in the least convenient location, which is likely Ash Ravine.
I need to find food.
Okay. And we are hungry. I don't want to let my food meter run down because I have a buff right now that gives me 5 extra kilograms of carry weight as a result of being fully fed for 3 days straight. And so if I go to the starving condition, then I'll lose that buff. And carry weight is very important. All right, let's see here. So I would say that this prison is pretty much fully explored and looted. There's only one other place worth mentioning, and that is the maintenance shed that goes down into the deep, dark depths and into the tunnels underneath the prison, and that ends up somewhere in the northwest. And that is through this door over here. But it's very dark down here. So I think let's not head down there until we have a storm lantern. Because a storm lantern is an excellent source of light. Fantastic source of light. It is good. It runs off of lantern fuel, which you can find in various places. It lasts for a long time. And it's not too heavy to carry. Okay, we're actually kind of heavy. What did we pick up that's so heavy right now? I guess some food. We can put the raw meat here. And what else did we pick up? Extra pry bar. Well, we can leave that stuff in the atrium. Bro, you can just take a guess, right? But yeah, so to answer the first question, yes. To answer the second question, which is actually not a question. Yeah, it's definitely, you definitely don't want to starve on account of that buff is super nice. Like, for example, we'd be already over encumbered if we didn't have it. Okay, so I think the next order of business is let's head over to this western area and start making our way up north to that mine and see if we can find that door code. That way, the next time we head back this way, we can wait out for an aurora and then we can get that door open and see what's on the inside. I'm gonna guess, because this is a prison and that's a keypad locked door, there's probably a lot of Gucci equipment and maybe even some rifles and ammo in there. We'll see. Okay, weight-wise, what can we drop weight-wise? We can drop the dusting sulfur, we can drop the stump remover, we can drop the scrap. Probably 1 flare, pry bars. Low chance we'll even need a pry bar heading up north, but if you need it and you don't have it, you don't want to be without it. What else can we do? We can keep the flask for now. Food-wise, I guess we got a decent amount of food. Let's get a little bit more water. It's 4 kilograms. That's not a lot of extra weight, if I'm thinking about it. Especially because, well, we're probably going to have to wait out this blizzard anyway. But especially if we end up fighting some wolves up there. Because there really ought to be wolves on the way. Let's see. Let's head back, get a smidge of food, a smidge of water. Yeah, here's our keypad. Do we know it? Well, I guess there's no Aurora too. So that's not going to help. Alright, food-wise, let's get water. Let's get a couple of these foods. And I think we nap. And where did I put down the bedroll? The bedroll should be in the atrium area, so that's fine. We'll get it on the way out. What I meant to do is toss a spray paint mark here. Just to remind myself in case the next time that I come here is a long time from now. We can put a mark there, and we can put a mark on the guard tower entrance. Actually, is this even enough water? That might not be enough water, but I also suspect that we'll need to... Well, one, take that recycled can so we can boil more. I suspect we'll need to make a fire and we can get some more water as we're heading north. So we take the can. And we're just about set to head out north. I guess first south, and then west, and then north. Yeah, walking into the wind is brutally slow. But if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. It's not like sailing where tacking left and right helps. Oops. Ouch. Okay. We were going to first take a quick nap. Yeah, I mean, the flag just does what the flag wants to do. It is, after all, the symbol of Canada, so it defies reason. Okay, we are heavy. I don't like that. And that's possibly because we're carrying a few articles of clothing that we don't need to be carrying. You and you. There's one more that we should be able to drop. Where is it? Here. We don't need so much food. Probably. And equipment. Is there anything that we can bear to drop here? Probably the gunpowder. And maybe... well, let's keep the flask for now. Sewing kit, we don't need all those. And there's nothing else that I can really bear to drop. And we don't even have a huge amount of firewood on us. Okay, so let's head out and hope that we probably go through weight and food. I think most of our dispensable optional weight is in the food that we're carrying. And also the charcoal. We have at least 3 kilograms of charcoal. For as much surveying as you please. Okay. I hear crows. So there's 2 situations where you're going to hear crows. Situation the first, there's something dead and they're circling it. In which case, if you haven't already looked at it, it's a good time to do a little bit of exploration to find it. And situation the second, which is they're just flying around and they're just going to fly away, so they're not really anything to pay attention to. Okay, but what we want to do is head up to the lip of this cliff over here, and we can pop a charcoal. And that will reveal some of the map to us. Just get a couple more emergency sticks because I'm not carrying a piece of coal for a long burning time. And hey, wouldn't you know it, another bot. Okay, let's pop this guy here. Okay, not too good. Not the end of the world, but it could have been better. Let's head over down to this area here. There should be a... Yeah, we'll cross on that bridge down there. I know, right? It would be very accurate and very rapid. But we can go and we can cross on that wooden bridge that we saw. It's probably the easiest place to do it instead of going all the way south to the road. Alright, crossing up. We will have to go down, but there might be something nice under this. Yes. Coal, please? Well, I guess that'll do. If I hadn't just popped that charcoal, I'd do it here too. It's probably a waste. So now we just try to get down without breaking an ankle. Which may be possible, question mark? Yeah. Okay. Oh, those are wolves. Let's see. How do we deal with this? How do we deal with this? Is there a way around? I think there might be a way around. Let's think. Let's think. Let's go back up to that telephone line or that power line. And let's see if we can skirt along the edge of this ravine and make it to that rope bridge or wooden bridge. I don't want to get into a fight with the Timberwolf pack right now. And nope. That's stuck. If you play too many games trying to get up one of these really steep places, it might sprain your ankle and wound you, and that's not something you want to deal with. Okay, let's see. Have we got anything? Not really until we get over there. Maybe over this way. I'm just looking for a way to go around those wolves and not have to get nibbled on. But I don't remember anything like that, so I'm not feeling particularly confident about it. Really, I think our only hope would be a cheeky little tree trunk that's fallen over this ravine. But I'm not seeing anything like that. Okay, I think then we just try to skirt on the left side here. Or maybe even run past if I'm feeling super cheeky. Alright, just follow the footsteps. And this is one neat thing. You do leave footsteps, and so do animals. So if you're very careful in looking around, you can sometimes see animal tracks before you see the animal. And if you wound an animal and it starts running away from you, you can use the tracks to hunt it. Alright, there isn't really looking to be a nice way down here, unless I want to risk mountain goating it. Okay, let's try it. Okay, this is looking less and less feasible. But we're already in too deep, so we go where we can get. Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, All right, come on. Ah. Oof. Okay, this is still not accessible. How about this way? All right, that looks like I would die. So can we please maybe get over somewhere a little bit safer? Oh yeah, here we go. Whoop, come on, let me... There we go. All right. I heard barking over there. I think they might be hunting something. Yeah, I was worried too. If it wasn't for that ledge. Okay, I just heard... Yeah, hey punk. Yeah, there's a deer. There's also a deer that just got hunted over there. You know what? If you're just gonna sit there like an asshole... Fine. Really? Let's see. Is there a way down from here? I don't know if there is. At least not an easy one. I don't want to go that way. Let's think about this. Okay, that might be viable. Well, if this guy pathed here, it should be available. We should be able to get up there eventually, so let's start shooting these guys. Kinda wish there's a better way down, but... Yeah, these are the Timberwolves. You can tell by the health bar that they have. I see 3 of them. 1, 2, and then there's one right below. Yeah, 3. So maybe 3 in the pack? I think this is our only viable way down. Let's see, how do we want to do this? And of course they completely ignored that deer that was just there. Let's pop one guy here if he'll sit still long enough. I don't think they will. I think we might just have to try getting down onto that next ledge. Yeah, these guys are moving too fast. I think we just have to try and get down here. Ooh, that is a lot farther than I thought it would be. But I think it's also our best option. Question mark, question mark? There's not really a way up, huh? Okay, so... this could end very poorly. I know, right? It's just... who knows? On the plus side, that is a little climbing thing you have to climb down, and they can't climb down it. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to suck this up and hope for the best. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, now to be fair, to be completely fair, that is not nearly as much damage as I thought it would be. Hey, punk. Okay, that was weird. Well, you know, I don't know what will happen after we get out of this harvesting, because this is jank AF. I'm hoping it doesn't warp us into out of bounds. I still hear those guys sharking around up there.
I need to drop something.
Thank goodness it put us back. The downside... yeah, that guy's camping. You deserved it. Okay, and actually, our leg is still broken, isn't it? I just heard a deer get hunted up there. So there's a lot of meat to be had in these climbs. Okay, first things first. Sprained ankle, let's fix this. Because we can't sprint until we unsprain our ankle. And that takes bandages. And the bandages are... where the hell are the bandages? They're here. Okay. Ooh, actually, I was really worried that I had soft locked us just now. Okay. Actually, before we... let's climb. Before we harvest this guy, let's go and take care of the last guy in the pack. First, before he eats all that deer. And second, before he runs away. Yeah, see all these little, tiny little wolf marks? Wolf pads? And I don't remember if we picked up all of our arrows. Let's see if we can sneak up on this guy. Should be... Okay, there's deer number 1, deer number 2, and there's our wolf. Okay, we're super smelly, so he might smell us, but he's too busy. Pop. Okay, so he didn't die straight off. He's gonna go run and bleed out. I do want to get that arrow back eventually. It's a lot of meat. Let's think. Somehow, we ended up fighting all the wolves, almost falling off a cliff, and yet we still survived. Okay, here's the plan. 1, he's probably gonna run around until he bleeds out, I think, maybe. We've already got a bunch of meat. Let's harvest. Yeah, this is the deer they got. The first deer that I heard get hunted. And then they snorted me and started coming. Let's get some more of this deer meat. Let's go across that rope bridge. Or I guess I keep saying rope bridge, that wood bridge. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is... you can't hope for much more. Okay, we got our bedroll. Let's go across that wood bridge and start setting up another, honestly, another base where we can just dump a bunch of this meat in these hides. There should be a semi-burned out house in a field over there. And it's close enough that we can ferry things back and forth. And it's also kind of in a convenient spot for starting to head out to the northeast. Yeah, honestly, the jankiest thing... Oh, I'm almost starving again? Again, I can't tell because the cat's in the way. Oh yeah, that was maybe pretty close. Or maybe he said he was very thirsty. At any rate, we can start up a new base. I was expecting this region to be much more inhospitable. But I suppose if you got a bow and arrows and a little bit of chutzpah... Yeah, you see, there's that building I want to head towards. I think it has a fire barrel inside. If we're lucky, it'll have a whole six-range stove. And if it's unlucky, it'll have another Timberwolf pack. But this place is close enough that we can start ferrying things back and forth. Alright, looking clear. Yeah, this looks clear. Okay, yeah, deer up north. That means there's no wolves. And there's enough of a sightline here that it looks safe. Okay, Cook's Farm. Well, wouldn't you know it? Hopefully the cook actually had a good stove, and we can use it to start cooking. And that is meant in the Zoomer phrase. No, it's just got this garbage fire barrel and a bed of hay that we can get some fleas in. Well, it's kind of nice to have a workbench, but not, strictly speaking, necessary. Is there really nothing? I guess there really is nothing over there. Okay. So drop all this stuff so we can start our ferries going back and forth. And actually drop... This is what... Not that. Drop all this stuff as much as we can. And not the bow. Never drop the bow. And can we get anything more? Yeah, we can drop this firewood. Okay, that's good. Maybe some useful stuff in there. Did I hear something bark just now? I don't think I did. But just in case. Okay. First, let's hit the deer. Get those guys taken care of. And by that time, maybe even that wolf that we shot the arrow with, I guess we shot them all with arrows, maybe the one that ran off will have bled out and we can perhaps find him. I'm hoping he'll be just in those little ponds to the north, the ones at the front of the prison, because that's nearby. But, like I mentioned earlier, with that bear, they could run all over the place. So that is no guarantee. Alright, come on now. I don't hear any awoos, I don't hear any bear noises. Okay, looking safe, feeling safe. But I don't see that wolf. Alright, let's just finish harvesting this buddy. Yeah, I think in-game time, it probably takes a few hours. I think I got that guy in the torso pretty well. More Discord bots. I think I got that guy in the torso pretty well, which means he should bleed faster than if I just nicked him in the arm. Or one of the hind legs. Well, maybe he hasn't bled out yet. Let's ferry this, and we might be able to experience... Ah, yes.
Any of this gear.
This is some of the sunset vibes.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Did I hear? I think I might have just heard him somewhere over there. Don't quote me on that, though. Alright. I think we can support harvesting that last wolf. Okay, that's a deer noise. Let's harvest that last wolf. I mean, it gets even better if you have long sight lines to the horizon instead of being completely surrounded by all these mountains and cliffs. It's even better. But for now, the color palette, you can really tell the watercolor aspect of the art direction. It really comes out. Let's head down this climby bit to finish harvesting that second wolf. Yeah, there we go. Spinning upside down to do it. And I'm almost certain, I feel like we lost some arrows somewhere. That sounds like there might even be an aurora. Yeah, there's an aurora. Usually they're not usually they're a little bit rarer than this. They're usually not multiple in a row, in my experience. Luckily, we took care of that pack before the aurora, because like I said, during the aurora, they become like on bath salts. Absolutely crazy. As long as another pack hasn't come in from the west, or from the east, I should say. Okay, that sounded like we were a little bit hungry. Can eat this to keep our stomach sated. Okay. I think it's probably a little bit too dark to try to find that wolf that stole our arrow. So what we should do is we should gather firewood, possibly sleep until the morning. Okay, that is Yeah, good to know. But unfortunately, I'm not carrying any. I think I dropped everything over at the cabin here. But I'll make sure to pick some up, definitely. Okay, we yawn. Alright, safe. I think there should be some firewood in here. Okay, don't need the tinder plug, but I will take the coal. And yeah, let's take this water bottle for safeties. And that was, of course, the unpotable water. So now we take this one. Okay, we got all this meat. This is a lot of meat. Drop all of this. And let's have that water bottle because we're going to need it soon. And before we sleep, let's find a couple of logs to cut down. Because we don't have nearly enough fire time to cook all this meat. And of course I dropped the hatchet to travel light. Every time, man. I'll drop something that I wanted to use later. But it's not so far this time. Alright, where's our hatchet? I see it. I see the handle. Can we snipe it? Probably not. Actually, where is the hatchet?
I might have to drop some gear.
There it is. It was hiding under everything. Okay. Let's put all the meat in one location. All the uncooked meat, let's say. Put the cooked meat maybe right around here. And let's go and chop up some fir limbs. Or maybe some cedar limbs. I'm not sure what kind they were. And we are almost to the point where we can sleep straight through till morning. After we chop these things over, or chop these things up, we may be to that point. Okay. Just grab a few more of these branches. And maybe even this limb over here. And that should be, I want to say, probably plenty of burn time. Man, I have done so much cooking today. It's absurd. It's actually insane. Almost 30 kilograms of bear meat, a couple of wolves and a couple of deer before back at the substation. All those wolves that we hunted over at the prison. And now this. Okay. Not as many fir limbs as I was hoping for. Fir limbs... Cedar burns for an hour and a half. Fir... Where is it? Burns for longer. Yeah, that's definitely true. Well, let's just say if I didn't have this bow and arrow, or a way to fight all these things without getting completely eaten through, it would not have gone nearly as well. There would have been a lot more running away. And sneaking. Okay, but for now, we can definitely sleep straight through till morning. But as far as problems are concerned, it's definitely the problem you want to have compared to the problem you don't. Okay, it looks like it's kind of threatening to blizzard. So I think we just hunker down. First, let's see if we can find any water anywhere. Because we are low on that. And we just have the one can for cooking. For boiling it. I don't think so. Okay, first things first. Actually, yeah, let's do a charcoal here. And then second thing second, let's put a mark, because there's definitely going to be storage here. All right, that's good. Some of this wood, a bunch of this wood. Not all these sticks.
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah, it definitely says too much stuff to carry. Drop you, pick up a bunch of the meat. And I wonder, actually, I don't think this area here counts as inside. If it did, I would drop the gut and the hides to start curing. I don't think it does. Okay, so the blizzard cannot blow out our fire in this fire barrel, which means we can stack all the firewood and burn time instead of having to drip feed it. If you start a fire on the ground and the wind is strong enough, it'll blow the fire out and it'll destroy, well, not destroy, it will basically delete all of the fuel you had. Where did my container go? Did I drop the container somewhere?
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia would.
Okay, that's a problem. That's definitely going to be a problem. Ah, we have tomato soup. And you know what tomato soup is? Tomato soup is a thing in a can. And because it's a thing in a can, where's T for
all this gear is slowing me
yeah,
down.
where the heck's the tomato soup? Am I blind? There it is. It was hiding among the venison. We can eat the tomato soup and then have a can. It's perfect. Literally a flawless plan. Okay, but for now, let's cook. We're cooking, Jesse. Okay. Now we're just placing all these things. Definitely focusing on getting enough water to stock this place. Oops. That finished cooking and I didn't notice. Just playing our rhythm game. Yeah, that's a blizzard. Luckily we're by a fire. Otherwise we'd probably be having a bad time. This is the kind of blizzard that you can get lost in. Look at how short the view distance is. The number of times that I've gotten either lost or turned around or took a wrong turn it's insane. And it's definitely an easy way to die in this Canadian wilderness. Okay. We're just juggling all of these cooking situations. Oh yeah, I mean, I love snow, and as long as you can be inside in a snowstorm like this, it's nice. But, man, I would not want to get caught out in it. I can't imagine the kind of people that would go and pioneer these sort of more
need a drink.
Wintry locations like the taiga or, you know, the American West. Having to go over those mountains in the snow, or, you know, go somewhere you don't know where your next piece of cover is going to come from. It feels like it'd be absolutely terrifying. absolutely at the mercy of whatever nature decided to throw at you. And if it wanted to throw, you know, a 7-day long blizzard, you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do. How are we on burn time? Still 7 hours. Yeah, this is going to be a nice little spot once we're done here. That probably wasn't fully boiled, was it? It wasn't. Yeah, I would say... yeah, I mean, we're very weak, and we're definitely suited to certain climates, and cold is not one of them. That's why we're good at sweating, we're good at being hot, not good at being cold. We were definitely not evolved, and I took the water too early. We're definitely not evolved for cold weather compared to hot weather. Alright, blizzard's gone. But hey, there's nothing wrong with getting philosophical here. This might be one of the best places to do it. Hey, you. Alright, how are we doing on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? We still have a lot of meat left. And 6 hours of burn time. I think we're more than halfway through the meat. And if we're more than halfway through the meat, I think we should be good with this much burn time on the fire. That may be me just being a little bit inaccurate. Yeah, we've just been literally cooking the entire day. 12 hours straight of cooking. Like I said, channeling our inner Gordon Ramsay. That was just a tiny little morsel, so that'll cook right quick. There we go. Cook, cook. 4 hours, and how are we doing meat-wise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, only 6 meats in 4 hours. That should be just fine. And I say that because, and I probably mentioned this not too long ago, because I have a high cooking skill, I believe the actual time it takes to cook is shorter than the, for example, 22 minutes or 21 minutes this wolf meat says it should take to cook.
I'm gonna have to leave some of this gear behind.
So, at this point, that voice line means we have reached the point where we just absolutely cannot move, which is about 30 kilograms more than the nominal carry weight. So I guess that's good to know. Okay. Yeah, this will be easy. So easy. Yeah, still 3 hours, plenty of time. So the one thing I'm worried about is if you pass time, well, you don't have enough time for the fire to fully cook whatever you're cooking or boil whatever you're boiling, it will just wait until the fire goes out and you'll lose the fire that way. I always, not always, but enough times I pick this up before it's actually ready. And so I'm always a little bit paranoid about passing time when we're getting to the, kind of to the point where we are out of water. Not out of water, out of burn time. Okay, you need 24. Yeah, but 2 hours and 17, that is definitely enough. Because I think we just have 2 more pieces of meat.
Too heavy.
Yeah.
Can't move.
Take you. Water. Water, water everywhere. And all of it's to drink. And our last meat. Finally. Finally, the last meat after the cooking marathon. Yes. We are complete. Completely over encumbered, that is. Okay, so we pick you up. And we can actually probably drop a lot, 15 liters of water. That's a lot of water. Probably drop, well, certainly, we can definitely drop most of this here. And I think, oh no, raw venison. We didn't pick it all up. Damn. Well, we still have cook time. Let's see how much. This is more food and water than I'm probably going to need for the rest of my time in this region. Okay. 3, 4. This is actually... Okay. We are going to need to add some more fuel to this fire, but now that we are completely
just going to be able to carry this load
absolutely overloaded with water, we can double cook. And double cooking makes things a little bit easier because you can keep things in sync so that both meats finish cooking at the same time. And there's not so much juggling of... Well, I guess I didn't work that time. There's not so much juggling of the cooking slots and the passing of the time. Okay, how much more? Hour and 50. Yeah, we're definitely okay. It was certainly necessary to put that... was that cooked? That wasn't cooked. Typical. Okay, you're cooked. And you're cooked. And you are almost burned down. So that can sit there. We are still extremely encumbered. Let's take the meat, and I kind of want to put it inside this little cubby hole. Give it a little bit of shelter from the elements. Don't need that. We'll take that. Okay, dropping the meat. Dropping it like it's hot, because it was just cooked. Alright, meet me.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Because honestly, how long do you think you could eat off of basically 2 deer and 3 wolf? You know, we still need to find that wolf that got away, didn't. Let's not forget that and get distracted. Okay, but for now, I was kind of hoping that it would be closer to dusk than dawn, but let's sleep. We're gonna wake up at dusk, which isn't great, but I guess it's probably okay. Woke up freezing. Whoops. That was a mistake. Let's... What do we want to do here? Oh, I see. We weren't able to sleep through because it got cold.
Felt so cold in my life.
Okay, let's find some cover. Worst case scenario, we pop into the prison for a few minutes to warm up. But that's the way we wanted to go anyway to find that wolf. So there's no real loss. And we're not extremely over encumbered. So this is fine for a detour. Absolutely okay for a detour. So long as this blizzard doesn't come as it's threatening. One of the upsides of this entire region is there's only a small number of locations where everything is open enough to really get super lost in a blizzard. For example, this area up here, it's got a road going down the middle of it, so as long as you hit the road and follow it, you can eventually find a landmark, even under blizzard conditions. Several of the other regions are sufficiently valley-like such that you can not have to go too far before you find a cliff or something you can follow. Okay, so my hope is that the wolf succumbed to its injuries somewhere in these ponds up here. Right now we're kind of here-ish. But I'm not sure. It might have gone... Was that it? No, that's just some grass. So we're not so lucky. Ah, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to take a sip of water. Okay, I heard a wolf up there. It sounded like it was hunting the deer. And it sounded like that deer just got hunted. Are we going to third party again? I think we might. Just because it feels like a waste to leave that food on the table. Yeah, we see our little paw pads. Tracks in the snow. Where's our buddy here? I hear him. I hear him, he's close. Oh yeah, there he is. Alright, can we get around for a headshot? I think so, maybe right around... there. Well, that was torso. Not the worst. Okay, so he's running around there. Where's his friend that we shot with an arrow before? Let's find that first. Or is that the guy? It can't be. I don't think it is. Unless I missed? Is it possible that I missed? I don't think I missed him. Okay. Well, at any rate, we're currently hypothermiating. So let's keep moving up this way towards the interior where we can warm up. There's our guy running around down there. Okay, I hear him running. But he decided not to get too close. Okay, on account of this hypothermia, we're going to have to pop inside. Hope he doesn't despawn. Because we are getting a little bit low on arrows for my comfort. And also, it feels like a blizzard is arriving. Which is extremely unfortunate because there's a high chance that guy's about to despawn. Well, what did I say about getting forced somewhere and it always being nice that there's a little bit of a stash
Too heavy.
somewhere safe in case you get pinned down. Okay, so right now we're warming up. We should have some food in here. But I think what we ought to do is take a nap and see if we can wait this blizzard out. This should also cure us of our hypothermia. Okay, the blizzard is still about. I was hoping it wouldn't be. Huh. Let's eat a little bit, see if we can just reduce our weight a tad. And how are we so heavy? What are we carrying? I guess we have guts and a couple of hides. Actually, now that we're here, let's take a quick jaunt over to the clinic. And I want to slightly relocate these things that we're curing. I want to put them in the guardhouse just because it's easier to get to. And then we can drop the guts and the hides that we're currently carrying. Alright, get all these guys. See, they're not cured all the way.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
And let's get back to that guard tower. Guard post, what have you. Oh, and it looks like also the blizzard has lifted. The blizzard has lifted and it's become warm enough that we don't have to huddle inside anymore. Okay, so pick up the bedroll. We can drop all this stuff here. We'll keep the birch sapling because that's cured. We'll keep these guts because they've cured. And all this stuff we drop. Okay, that's good. And we're pretty light now. Love to see it. Okay, but. We have a deer and a wolf to find. Well, 2 wolves to find and 1 deer to harvest. Let's be prepared. The birch saplings, the reason you pick those up and cure them is you make arrow shafts out of them. And you can combine an arrowhead, of which I have multitudinous. That's an adjective, that's... I have a multitude of arrowheads. I have the crow feathers that you need for the fletching. But I don't have any currently unused arrow shafts. Okay, here's our deer. Oh dear, oh dear. And what have you got on you? Okay. Almost 7 kilos. Yeah. Harvest this guy. Probably toss all this stuff, even the raw food, back in the prison.
I need to drop something.
Just so we're a little bit lighter. Okay, you guys are circling over the deer, unfortunately. Aha. These guys must be circling over one of the wolves. So we'll harvest the wolf. Harvest this guy, and then toss everything into the prison. It's kind of a shame to not cook all that food. Is this 1 wolf or 2 wolves? 1 wolf. It's kind of a shame to not cook all the food, but as long as we leave it somewhere outside. Here's our arrow. And I'm still expecting there to be... Okay, 2nd arrow. So this arrow must have been from the wolf that hadn't bled out before the blizzard arrived. And I think animals despawn in blizzards. They go back to their little hidey holes as opposed to freezing to death. And when that happens, when I've noticed something similar happening in the past, the arrow that I've shot the animal with has been just randomly floating in the middle of somewhere. So I think we've got both of our arrows back. That must have been the old wolf. Which means our hunting is complete. Okay. If the hunting is complete, that means we can start heading more to the west. Wait, what did we come up here before?
Me down.
Okay. Need to make sure I don't get distracted again. We came up here originally to find that first wolf, which is actually, I think, the one we just harvested. While we were here, there was another wolf with an arrow. Well, he didn't have an arrow. We shot him with an arrow, and he was running around. And he despawned, but we did find the arrow, which means that is pretty much sorted. Okay, actually, up or down? I guess we can leave this stuff in the prison just because Cook's Farm has such an obscene amount of food in it. It's actually ridiculous how much food is in that farm right now. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is we're going to drop a bunch of this stuff in the prison, head back to... Actually, we'll sleep in the prison, just so we don't get woken up by freezing temperatures again. And then we can head pretty hard north. We don't have to worry about hunting, we just have to worry about not being hunted. If we're lucky, and we might need to have some firewood. Actually, 2 fir firewoods? I'd rather have cedars, because firs are kind of a waste to burn. Just because they're so good for their burn time. They're kind of a waste for a combat fire. But they are heavy. So we'll drop the firewood except for a few sticks and a couple of cedars at the cook's farmstead, cook's house. And then we'll head hard north. I bet tomorrow we can probably, and that is tomorrow in-game, I bet we can reach the mine up north. It's not so far, it's just there might be a couple of Timberwolf packs in between.
Feels like a lot of gear. It's getting dark out here.
Okay, let's see. What was I going to do here? I was going to drop all of this raw food. Actually, probably over where the 2-burner cooker is. Just because there's no way I would ever stoop to using a 1-burner potbelly stove. It's such a waste of fire. So we'll drop this over here. Actually, I think we'll drop it right here in this coal bin. Yeah, 60 kilograms in the coal bin. That's definitely enough to drop all this raw food. We want to keep the water, though. Alright, that's good. We're good on food. A little bit low on water for my tastes, honestly. There was some water over here, but we didn't have so much water that we could just flagrantly ignore. But I do want to pick a little bit. Actually, let's not pick up the water here. It's okay if we dehydrate a little bit. Because there's those almost 15 liters. Oops. Oh, where'd that wolf come from? Geez, that kind of scared me. Okay, so he's a little bit afraid. Let's use the opportunity to mark this bin here with food. And it's a good thing we didn't leave that food outside, because I think he might find it and eat it. Okay, you're there. Can I convince you to be afraid? I can. Okay, so let's actually go pretty quick. Okay. I don't think he can come inside. Alright, that's shut. We can drop our curables. Keep the cured guts. And yeah, I hear you, punk, outside. And let's see if we can sneak a... Oops, not pastime. See if we can sneak a bedroll here. There may not be space, probably because this guy's here.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Alright, now we should have space. We should have space. Question mark? Really? No space? For a cute little bedroll? Well, honestly, we can only sleep for 6 hours anyway. Which is not enough to make it till... It's not enough to make it till morning. I think we move while the moving's good. We move while the moving's good. Yeah, I know, right? It definitely clearly fits. But that's... Bedrolls can be one of the most confusing things to lay down and get in the geometry just right, especially if you're in a cave where the cave floor is all bumpy. It can be very hard to get something that the game is comfortable with letting you have. And right now, the cat is sitting literally right in front of the monitor. I can only see about 20% in the top right and maybe 25% in the bottom left. Everything else is covered. And so that's why I'm kind of aiming the camera down and a little bit to the left of where I'm going. we should be safe, assuming, this is famous last words, assuming that that wolf that despawned properly died instead of just coming back to life at full health. But I'm definitely not risking mountain goating over that cliff again. No way. Yeah, he's so cute. Part of the reason why I think he's in front of the monitor instead of there's another spot on the desk to my right is I've got a plate with some banana bread last time. Yeah, it was too close to call last time. In fact, I was almost certain that I was going to die falling down there, as opposed to just breaking an ankle. Which in the grand scheme of things is not a big deal. Is this? I think this is the way down. And no, that's not it. It's closer to the pickup truck. Okay, what have we got? I'm not hearing anything. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, so I don't know if you could hear the background music that just happened. It kind of went... That is telling me that there's going to be an aurora tonight. And you know what? I'm feeling just stupid enough to maybe take a nap until halfway, till maybe midnight, and heading up north. Risking some bath salts wolves. Risking some bath salts timber wolves packs. Okay. Well, first let's get our loadout set properly. We want to be light and we want to have enough stuff, food-wise and water-wise, to last for quite a while. Well, one of the benefits normally, so if there's bad weather, so if it's very foggy, very snowy, or too dark, you can't survey with the charcoal, so you can't illuminate the map like we've been doing. But if there's an aurora, it does consider it to be light enough that you can illuminate the map. Okay, this is probably enough water. Food-wise, actually what we can drop here is some of this firewood, because we don't need 2 fir firewoods. We can probably get by fine with 5 sticks, a coal, and a cedar. I don't know if normal timber wolves are afraid of fires. I don't know if bath salt timber wolves are afraid of fires. If they're not, we're going to have a problem. But they should be a little bit light sensitive. Okay, our bow is fine. Arrow number is okay. We can ditch the spray paint. Lose a little bit of weight that way. Where'd it go? Here it is. Oops. Oh, a jerry can. This is lantern fuel. Speaking of, if we're going up towards the mine, we probably want to make sure we do have... It's not a lot of lantern fuel. Kind of want to take this jerry can just to make sure. Yeah, let's see. I think we can probably swing it. Okay, weight-wise. We are not going to need 34 charcoals. Probably don't need more than 15, which is 1.5 kilos that we can free up. Almost 2 kilos. What else can we ditch? We can ditch all this gut. Even if it's cured, I think it might give us some scent marks, which helps them hunt. We want to keep the cloth for bandages. We have bandages. I would like some more old man's beard wound dressing, because this is what we need in case they give us some kind of infection. So can we find some more of that lichen before we go to sleep and it gets dark? It usually hangs down from trees, but it doesn't hang down from all trees. There it is. There's some here. It might not be enough. Okay, there is... I see one. I think we need 3. Yeah, this isn't going to be an... Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3. We can use these to make a... We can use it to make a sort of a poultice. So that in case we get nibbled on. Okay. Head back to the barn. Make that poultice. And then sleep for... I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours. And then head north. Okay, it is actually kind of cold. But it's warmer in here. So we should be alright. Okay, food-wise, I want 1 more food, 2 more food. Just to make sure we don't run out. Let's make a... Where is it? Here. No, here. Let's make you. Okay. And sleep for... Let's start with 5. Where is it? All right, and we listen for... All right. There we go. There we are pretty good on sleep, good on water, good on food. Let's see what we can find. We want to go... There should be a hill somewhere up to the north here. Let's hit that hill, and we can pop a charcoal there, see exactly what we can see from there. If there's any kind of Timberwolf pack up this way, the first thing I'm going to do is light a fire and hope that that stops them. And in this situation, I'll always pick up a stick. Okay. Looking good so far. Don't see any movement. Channeling my inner Sam Fisher. Okay, this whole bit here looks pretty clear. So let's pop a charcoal. See, we can survey, even though it's in the middle of the night. Okay. Let's head around this bend. If I remember, there's either a cheeky pass on the north side of this bend, or there's a climbing spot. If there's a climbing spot, I'm not sure if I actually want to take it and see where it goes. Okay, let's see where this pass goes. I wasn't actually expecting this to be here. Could be a dead end. Could be a way around something. If it's a way around something, then we'll do some surveying. Okay. Okay, neat little spot here. Goes farther than I was expecting. And I did see a sapling. Maybe... Ooh, I heard a noise. That's... Yep. That's some kind of... Okay, luckily it was just the one. Luckily it was just the one, and I think they're a little bit too afraid. And also it became cloudy. Which means I can't see much of anything. But that's what a bath salts aurora wolf looks like anyway. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back here in the morning. Green birch sapling. I want that sapling, but I can't see it. Okay, the question is, do we push on and believe that maybe there's some kind of... Nah, probably not worth it, and I highly doubt there's any kind of building in there. Or building up north from here. The closest thing that I know is maybe there's a cave to find, and I think there's like a trailer somewhere past that bend. But for now, I think that's maybe the best we got. Time speeds up pretty substantially while you're doing the surveying, and you can't stop it as far as I know. But animals will still continue moving around past and around you, and you can hear them. And so if I hear the very fast pitter-patter of paws while I'm surveying, it's always a cause for panic, because it means something is trying to come up on us. Alright, well, at any rate, we can sleep until the morning. Not the end of the world. Let's see, assuming I can find this shack again. I think it's over... Yeah, there it is. There she blows. It's actually probably going to be quite cold when we wake up, because this isn't a proper inside. It's like a sheltered area, but it's not a proper interior, so it still gets cold if the outside does. Yeah, it feels like -1, +2. We are barely beating the cold with this. And it's going to get colder as dawn comes on. So we're probably going to wake up with hypothermia. And it's a blizzard, so we woke up fully rested, huh? But it is a blizzard, and we are losing heat. Let's... You know what? I'm feeling a little bit brave. So I think we might head west and try to find that trailer I just mentioned. Yeah, let's do it. So we head this way, we hit the road, we cross the road. There should be a hill going up. Alright, here's the road. There's a big chunk of... Basically... If we keep going and we hit the road after the switchback, we've gone too far.
Can't feel my hands.
But there ought to be a trailer we can find somewhere not too far away. Maybe... I think we go around this rock and to the left. Well, no point in saving fatigue while we're freezing. Yeah, these logs imply the existence of... Actually, wasn't expecting... There it is. I almost ran by it. Almost ran right by it. Okay. Stump remover. And firewood. Okay, this is a cute little spot. Nice and bright. Let's loot while it's bright. And then maybe we can sleep for an hour and sleep through this blizzard. Blizzards are sometimes quick, sometimes they last a couple of days, in my experience. Okay, not actually a lot of stuff here. We could use this. I think, actually. Let's see. What is our... Where is it? Here. Okay, gunsmithing is level 4 of 5, so we could definitely... Actually... We can read this for a couple of hours and burn time that way. The most convenient. Okay. I still hear the blizzard, which means we continue reading. And now whoa, another badge. I don't know what badge that was. Probably something to do with reading many books. Let's check outside. Okay, good weather. And I don't see any wolves. Okay, let's think, though. We can drink. And we can maybe eat a little bit. Let me check what the fatigue is looking like. Well, that was unnecessary. Let's eat the jerky and sardines. Okay, actually a little bit low on venison food now. But it's noon, and that would actually... Yeah, first order of business, we'll pop this charcoal. Okay, that was a pretty good one. And I think... Yeah, I suspect that this northern pass here actually continues. If I didn't think it would continue, I'd head up there directly. But I think it does continue. Here's something walking. Alright, I guess not. Let's head north along the road. Finish surveying the curve of the road with a charcoal. Hop by the cook's cabin once more, just really quickly. And pick up some more food for our longer head north. Because I don't know how long we'll be spending in that mine. Oh, yeah, I mean, it probably is bedtime where you are. And actually, it's probably a pretty good ending point. Let me pop this, and there's the pass I thought was there. Let me pop this charcoal. I'll head back to the cook's cabin, and I think I'll probably call it there. So we'll get this guy, and then, yeah, it's good to put that pass on the map. And then we can triple time it back to the cook's cabin. Because I've got a couple of cats to feed. But if you're still here, or whether you're sleeping or not, hope you have a good one, and I hope you wake up fully rested instead of suffering from hypothermia. As sometimes we are wont to do. Okay, cook's cabin is just around the corner here. There we go. Okay, and we can grab a save by napping really quick, too. So, the things I want to get are... How are we on... Water, we can probably deal with one more. Should be good on that front. And food...
I might have to drop some gear.
2 more venisons. We should be... 4 kilograms of... Almost 4 kilograms of venison should be good. And we can drop some of this firewood. Alright, that looks good. What else is this mass coming from? We have the jerry can. Yeah, okay, well, we'll figure it out next time. Let's grab this save. Assuming we get one. Yeah. Okay, grab that save and let's call it there. Alright, so, I don't know who's still around, but as you've seen, I've been Yuchi, and Lord knows we've been trying. See y'all on the proverbial flip side.